Morning, my lady.
Morning, my lady.
Nelly, can you call the matter onto the record?
Yes, Judge. Today is the 19th of January 2022. Presiding over the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Good morning, Mrs. Jacobus.
Good morning, my lady. Good morning,
How are you this morning?
I am good, thank you, my lady.
Morning, Mrs. Hassim. No longer Mrs. Kasim.
Good morning, my lady.
Yes, Mrs. Jacobus, you are reminded that you are still under oath. You may proceed, and thank you for waiting for me. Thank you very much. You may proceed, Ms. Hassim.
May it please the court. Good morning, Ms. Jacobus.
Good morning, counsel.
If I can just begin by a quick recap of where we left off yesterday. Recall that you testified that when the contract was terminated with Life Esidimeni, the NGOs to which the users were going to be moved had not yet been identified. Correct?
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was looking at the computer being juggled.
Just a recap of yesterday. Just a recap of yesterday.
Yes.
Where you testified that at the time when the contract was terminated with Esidimeni, the
Yes.
NGOs had not yet been identified where the users were going to be taken.
Yes, partly.
Was that not your evidence?
Yes, it was. I said not identified. They were identified, but we were still busy with informal visits then, and not formal visits to have a complete list of identified NGOs.
At the time of the termination of the contract, is it correct to say
that was in September?
Yes.
Just listen first, yes. Please.
The NGOs were not yet in place to receive users. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as you said, the NGOs were then identified only after the contract was terminated. Correct?
Yes, that was correct.
And the mental health care users were then transferred to NGOs that had not been properly licensed and audited, correct?
No, that's not correct.
Are you saying they had been properly licensed and audited?
Not audited, but licensed.
Yes.
Properly licensed.
Yes. Inspections were done, but not with formal audit reports, and the licenses was made out according to the formal inspections that was carried out.
Is it appropriate to issue licenses in the absence of proper audits and inspections?
No, counsel.
So the licenses that were issued without audits and inspections were not properly issued, correct?
Yes, counsel.
And is it correct, again, a recap of yesterday, that there were no service level agreements concluded with the NGOs by the department?
Yes, counsel.
And as a result, the department did not provide financial assistance to the NGOs, correct?
Yes, counsel.
And Ms. Jacoba, so that's the recap. If we can move forward now, you're aware that many of the mental health care users that were transferred out of Life Esidimeni during this marathon project died.
I was not aware at the stage of transfer. Council.
You're now aware, aren't you?
Yes, afterwards.
And in all your years as a psychiatric nurse, have you ever experienced this number of deaths arising from a transfer of mental health care users to NGOs?
No, Council.
Just a second. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. And Ms. Jacobus, in fact, the deaths were so unprecedented and alarming that the health ombud, Professor Makova, was asked to investigate the circumstances of the death. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
And he completed his report on 1 February 2017. Do you recall?
Yes, Council.
Thank you. Can I ask you to please turn to the report of Professor Makova? It's to be found at page 17933 of
Page
the report.
17932.
933, my lady. 17933. Ms. Stevenson is directing us to the page.
933.
And the report, you see it, Mr. Corbis?
1 minute, Council.
Just a second for me.
Yes, I see the report now.
It's entitled The Report into the Circumstances.
Just bear with me, Council. I think, yeah.
It's page 17933, my lady.
Thank you. Yes, I'm there.
Thank you, my lady. The report is entitled The Report into the Circumstances Surrounding the Deaths of Mentally Ill Patients, Gauteng Province. And the subtitle is No Guns, 94 plus silent deaths and still counting. Do you see the front page of the report, Mr. Quirk?
Yes, Council.
Have you read this report before?
No, Council. Only after when this was in the office. It was much later that I've read the report.
So you have read the report, Ms. Jacobus?
Yeah, that was in...
Before she's referring to date. Am I correct, Council?
Yes, my lady. I'm just trying to establish whether the witness has read the report.
She has ever read the report before she came to testify in this inquest.
Correct, my lady.
Ms. Jacobus?
Yes, my lady.
The question is, did you ever read the report prior to you coming to testify in this inquest?
Yes, I've read the report. It was after the arbitration, my lady.
And did you agree with the findings in the report?
I didn't analytically read the report. I was just reading the report to see what was written in the report, Council.
So, but what did you make of the report?
I can't remember the content therein to give a direct answer now.
Okay, that's fine, Ms. Jacobus. Can I take you to some of the findings then?
Yes.
And can I ask you to turn to page 17939?
Yes, Council, I'm there now.
This is just the executive summary of the much longer report. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
I'm not going to read to you all of what is contained in the summary, but I would like to take you to certain aspects that are relevant to your functions, that is, to the oversight of NGOs.
Yes, Council.
But I'll start with the first bullet point, in which the following is stated: a total of 91 and not 36 mentally ill patients, as initially and commonly reported publicly in the media, died between 23 March 2016 and 19 December 2016 in Gauteng province. Do you recall those deaths?
Yes, Council.
Then the next bullet says all the 27 NGOs to which patients were transferred operated under invalid licenses. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Council.
The next bullet says all patients who died in these NGOs died under unlawful circumstances. You want to comment on that?
My understanding of unlawful circumstances is because the licenses wasn't issued under the proper lawful requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Kobus. The next bullet point says, on the date 13th September 2016, 77 mental health care users died.
I see that, Council.
I've confused two sentences. Let me repeat that. On the date, 13 September 2016, when the MEC made the public announcement of 36 deaths, 77 patients had already died. Do you recall that there were more patients that had died than were reported by the MEC? Do you recall that?
No, Council, I cannot recall because I wasn't aware of the number of deaths of patients that died in these NGOs at that stage.
My lady, I think there is a question.
Yes.
As the court pleases, my lady, I'm going to object to these lines of questioning due to the fact that it's not going to assist the court just to refer to the report and the witness to confirm the contents thereof to make a finding in terms of the inquest.
Ms. Hassim?
My lady, this report is essential to this inquest. It is evidence that was placed before Professor Makova, and it's a report that's before this inquest. It's proper for me to rely on it in order to build the case that we wish to build. It's not that we are trying to establish through this witness alone the circumstances of the deaths, but there are findings that are relevant to this witness, of the NGOs, and the circumstances under which the patients died.
Mrs. Merritt?
My lady, again, it's my respectful submission that just to refer this witness to the findings does not take us any further. It's wasting time. If Advocate Hassim can maybe go to the point she wants to make, then it would be better.
Okay, so far for now, the questions are allowed. Continue, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Kobus?
Yes, Council.
If I can just then go to the next point. And that is at 1.2 on that same page. It's 1.2. And I'll read it. It says, available evidence by the expert panel and the Ombud showed that a high-level decision to terminate the LE contract precipitously was taken, followed by a program of action with disastrous outcomes / consequences including the deaths of assisted mental health care users. Evidence identified 3 key players in the project: MEC Bedani Dorothy Mahlangu, Head of Department Dr. Diego Ephraim Salabano, and Director Dr. Makabo Manamela. Their fingerprints are peppered throughout the project. Now, I would just like you to confirm that those 3 people that I mentioned were indeed the MEC, the HOD, and the Director of Mental Health at the time.
Yes, Council.
And this project was administered and implemented under their management. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
If you can turn to the next page, please, Mr. Corbis.
Yes.
The first bullet point on that page. The transfer project occurred against widespread professional, expert, and civil society stakeholders' warnings and advice. These advice and warnings have sadly come true. Do you recall at the time when you were involved in the implementation of the project that there were these warnings by civil society and the experts?
No, Council, not directly, but indirectly.
What does that mean, Mr. Corbis?
At the later stage when people were talking about it, but I wasn't directly involved in it or had bare direct knowledge of it.
When you were acting director of the Mental Health Directorate in December 2015, you said that you were aware of litigation against the department that was seeking to...
No, Council.
You were not aware of that litigation?
No, there wasn't any litigation at that stage that I'm aware of.
Mr. Corbis, we dealt with this yesterday, and we dealt with the December 2015 litigation, and we spoke about what the purpose of it was. You confirmed that you were aware of it. Are you changing your testimony?
Yes, Council, I'm listening.
I'm asking if you're changing your testimony from yesterday, Mr. Corbis.
I'm not changing my testimony, Council, but the litigation that was from SEDC was in 2016 and not in 2015 that I'm aware of.
So yesterday, when we referred to the December 2015 litigation, at the time when you were acting director of the Mental Health Directorate, you were not actually aware of that litigation?
No, Council.
Okay. And the next bullet underneath that, it says newly established NGOs were mysteriously and poorly selected, poorly prepared, not ready. Their staff was not trained, not qualified, and was unable to distinguish between the highly specialized, non-stop professional care requirements of assisted mental health care users from Life Esidimeni and a business opportunity. There were often mismatches between mental health care user functionality with NGO fitness for purpose. Do you agree?
I have pity that the page is tiny. Council, can you give me the page where you're reading from, please?
Sorry, I was reading from the same page. It was just the very next bullet.
On the right-hand side.
No.
Can you just give the page again? 17939.
17940.
I'm there, Sasha. I'm okay. Thank you.
97940.
That is the next page from 7.
Now.
So
I see it now, Council.
You do. Okay, so the bullet I just read out was about the newly established NGOs. And the essence of the finding is that they were not ready, they were poorly selected, the staff were not trained or qualified to care for mental health care users. Do you agree with that?
I agree, Council, but there are circumstances.
Pardon me, there are circumstances?
Yes.
But I'm not sure what that means. Do you agree or do you not agree?
The circumstances are that the NGO were not really mysteriously and poorly selected. It was a proper selection done by professional team. And before the mid-February, they were properly prepared. Not in all sense, because as I've said yesterday, there are circumstances in final preparation of an NGO. And that is up to there that I can just point out.
Okay, so your evidence is that the NGOs were properly selected.
Yes, according to the inspection team that I've compiled to assist.
Right, and they were properly prepared.
Yes, with all the necessary elements that are needed to run that NGO at that time.
Right, and they had the necessary staff that were trained to care for mental health care users.
Not all were trained, but some were trained. Some NGOs, there were a few of these NGOs that is contracted trained care workers. All of them had registered nurses on their premises. They had admin personnel, and that was one of the requirements.
Mr. Corbis, I put it to you that you are not being candid with the court regarding the suitability of the NGOs, that in fact they were not properly prepared, they were not properly resourced, and that they were poorly selected. What do you say to that?
Maybe, Council, then you should explain to me what you mean by that.
Do you disagree with me?
Yes, Council.
Okay, well, let's look at some of the specifics then, and maybe that will assist you. Let's begin with your statement that's admitted into this record as Exhibit H2. You don't need to go there. You may if you wish to.
Just listen.
I'm just going to read to you an extract from the statement, which is at page 36597 for the record. This is what you said. You said, in respect of the prospective NGOs.
That is paragraph?
It's at page 36597, my lady.
The paragraph?
And it is paragraph 6.4.
Yes.
Mr. Corbis, you say that in respect of the prospective NGOs, I was simply given the names and addresses by Dr. Manamela, which was acquired during the initial meeting with prospective NGOs at Sterkfontein Hospital on 13 December 2015. The sourcing of prospective NGOs was done by announcing the need for NGOs at various meetings. You recall this statement?
Yes, Council.
So these NGOs were sourced, to use your words, in December 2015 by announcing that the department is looking for NGOs to care for mental health care users, correct?
No, Council. Maybe my statement there is not correct, because the announcement were made during the 2014, late 2014 or mid 2014. Then we've started with informal visits, as I've stated earlier on, during the period of 2014-2015 to survey all NGOs and respective new ones.
So you wish to change your statement where you say that the names and addresses of the new NGOs were acquired at a meeting on 13 December 2015. That's incorrect, you say?
Yes, Council, because with that meeting, it was a formal meeting to reaffirm, according to Dr. Namela, the NGOs, and to inform that the process will start soon. But we were aware as a directorate that life will be closing, and we've started with informal visits as being discussed in our weekly meetings with Dr. Manamela, with hospital visits and existing NGOs and prospective new NGOs.
Is that all? Continue, Ms. Hassim. Ms. Hassim, she seems to have frozen. Such, can you check with Ms. Hassim?
My lady, it's Sasha here. Apologies, Ms. Hassim's been disconnected.
Yes.
She's trying to reconnect now. If you would mind just giving us a few moments.
All right, there you go. I don't know whether you got the full response.
Lady?
I don't know whether you got the full
Lady, can you
response.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Lady, I'm not sure whether you can hear me.
I can hear you, but can you hear me? Please leave the meeting and rejoin. Sasha, tell her to leave the meeting and rejoin.
My lady, I'll do so. Would it be possible for us to have a 5-minute adjournment to sort this out? Apologies.
Okay, please do that.
Thank you, my lady.
That it would seem a number of participants, they've been kicked out. Dr. Manuel just dropped the text now.
Is that so?
Yes. I
It's
think
just that we started late. I don't know.
We adjourn for 5 minutes.
Just take a 5-10 minute break.
let's please the court marriage.
Yes. The witnesses want. Let's just take a 5-10 minute break and then so that they can also sort out their problems. Thank you very much.
Let's court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes, Council.
At paragraph 6.4 of your statement, Exhibit H2.
Yes.
And I read out to you what you said in the statement.
Yes, Council.
Do you agree, or are you changing your statement?
In terms of, I don't know how to put it, not disagree, because the finalization of the NGOs that would be utilized was determined just after that 13 December meeting.
Okay, so it was after.
But we had a list of prospective new NGOs, and we've done informal visits. We've done informal visits at our existing NGOs that was prepared to take in mental health care users.
And this is December 2015.
Now, the informal visit started, we've started with that in 2014, 2015.
But when you say the finalization of the NGOs was done after the 13th of December, is that the meeting of the 13th of December is it 2015 or
2015?
2015.
2015, my lady.
Okay. Continue, Councillor.
And you still stand by your statement that the sourcing, the sourcing of prospective NGOs was done by announcing the need for NGOs at various meetings. You stand by
prior to, yes, Council, yes, I stand by it, and that was done prior to December 2015.
Okay. Mr. Kurbis, as the director, as a deputy director in the Mental Health Directorate responsible for NGOs, you would know what NGOs are available in the province to care for mental health care users, correct?
Yes, Council.
And did you know of Precious Angels at this point in time? So we're talking December 2015.
Yes, Council.
You were aware of Precious Angels?
At that stage, not Precious Angels, they were called Makabonga Center.
Were they, I'm asking about the NGO named Precious Angels. Was it an NGO that provided care for mental health care users?
No, Council, not at that stage.
So in December 2015, there was no license for an organization, an NGO named Precious Angels, correct?
No, Council, yes, correct.
So if we turn to look at the license then, and the first license I'd like to refer you to is at page 30411. You have it?
Yes, Council.
You see that it's a license granted to Precious Angels.
Yes.
For persons with severe or profound intellectual disability.
Yes.
And that they were licensed to care for 150 people.
Yes, Council.
And it is signed by Dr. Celebano. It says on this day, 1st April 2016.
Yes, Council.
But in fact, it wasn't signed by Dr. Celebano on 1 April 2016. Isn't that so?
No, it was signed on that day for the NGOs.
Was it signed by Dr. Celebano on 1 April 2016, on that date?
I assume, because that is Dr. Manamela's responsibility. I'm not involved in the final signature. I just prepare the licenses.
Are you saying now to this court that you're unaware that this license was backdated?
No, Council, it wasn't backdated. It was made out from that date, 1st April 2016 to 31st March 2017.
Can I take you to your testimony at the arbitration, Mr. Kurbis? page 28415, please.
Page
28415. Do you see, are you at that page, Mr. Kobus?
Yes, Council.
So at line 7.
Yes, Council.
Maybe we should start, just for the context, a little earlier. On page 28414, if you just scroll up a little. Advocate Patrick Ngutshana takes you to a document that's signed by Dr. Selabana, it says, but that's Dr. Selabano. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
And then on page 28415, Advocate Patrick Ngutshana says, no, from his oral evidence, it was not signed on 1st of April. Ms. Hannah Jacobus, yeah, it was signed at a much later stage. Can I explain that?
That is the... Okay.
Advocate Patrick Ngutshana, yes. Ms. Hannah Jacobus, it was one Saturday morning. Dr. Manamela phoned me and says I must come into the office to do license. So I asked her what licenses and what for. Then she says she would explain. Then I said, can't it wait for Monday morning? Advocate Patrick Ngutshana, yes. Ms. Hannah Jacobus. And she says no need. And she says no, she need licenses to be signed by Dr. Selabana. I ask why. Then she says she was told that Dr. Selabana must sign the license. I said we can't do that because she already signed licenses and it's not legally correct. Phone Dr. Selabana again and tell him, let's discuss it on Monday morning. And then by the evening, she phoned me again. I must be there the Sunday morning. And I said, I'm not coming in. I'll see them on Monday. Advocate Patrick Ngutshana, yes. Ms. Hannah Jacobus, Sunday, round about 11:30, she called me again and says, I must. She doesn't have a soft copy. It is in the office. Do I have? I said, yes, I've got my memory stick. And she says I must mail it to her. And that is what I've done. So I mailed the stuff to her. Advocate Patrick Ngutshana. So the actual signing of this document, you were not there. Ms. Hannah Jacobus, I was not aware, and I wasn't even aware that it has been changed from Dr. Selabano to be finalized. And then the arbitrator, Justice Masaneki, asks you, why were the licenses backdated? And then you respond, I have no idea, Justice. So the licenses were backdated, were they not?
Yes, according to my statement, that is correct, Council.
Yes. And do you think it was lawful to backdate the licenses?
Can I explain? It's not law. It wasn't lawful. The first licenses that was prepared for that 1st of April was signed by Dr. Manamela. And hence, when she called me in, that license has to be redone so that Dr. Selabano could sign it. And hence, my questions were why and various things.
Right. But you agree it was not lawful?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you object to this act of backdating?
I wasn't part of that backdating. As you've seen in my statement, a soft copy was given to Dr. Manamela.
But did you report it to anyone? Did you report that the licenses are being backdated? Did you report that to anyone?
I wasn't aware of backdating. As I've said, the licenses were made out for the 1st of April. The only difference is it was signed by Dr. Manamela, and that was the practice in the directorate. And when she called me to redo the licenses for Dr. Selabano to sign, and that was my question, asking her why the change and what is going on. But it was the 1st of April, the various first ones that I've made out, but it was signed by Dr. Manamela.
Yes, and you agreed that it was not correct.
I can't say I agreed because I wasn't given still, and as you've seen, according to my testimony, a proper answer to why the changes of signature.
Yes, your testimony is, and in your words, you said we can't do that because already signed license is not legally correct. Right.
Yes.
So you agree with me then.
Yes.
Right. Did you report it then to anyone? Yes or no?
No, Council.
Thank you. Now, we were looking at that license at page 30411 that was incorrectly signed by Dr. Salabano, unlawfully signed. And if we just go back there again, thank you, Ms. Stevenson, it says that it was for the address Kalafong Hospital premises. You see that?
Yes.
Was Precious Angels ever at this address?
No, Council.
Thank you. The second license I'd like to take you to is at page 20326.
20326.
20323.
326.
6, yes, okay.
Do you see it, Mr. Purvis?
Yes, Council.
It's a license granted to Precious Angels, and the address is Linwood Road, correct?
Yes.
And it's for persons with severe or profound intellectual disability, and it's to care for 150 people, correct?
Yes.
And as with the previous license, it says permission is granted for the admission, treatment, accommodation of persons in terms of Chapter 9, Section 43 of the Regulations of Mental Health Care Act, number 17 of 2002, correct?
Yes.
And was Precious Angels ever at this address?
No, Council.
So the owner of, or director of Precious Angels was a Ms. Ethel Ncube.
Yes, Council.
And did Precious Angels have the staff that were qualified to care for mental health care users?
Yes, Council. As I've said, she had a NGO named Makabongwe Center, and she was running that center for, by the time of the implementation of the project, she was running that center for 8 years.
And was that right? But you didn't answer the question. Was that project or organization qualified to care for mental health care users?
Yes, children, intellectual children.
Not adults?
No, not adults.
And was Precious Angels, did it have the necessary resources to care for mental health care users? For adult mental health care users?
They had the necessary staff, but not sufficient staff, Council.
So it was necessary, they had the necessary staff, you say?
Yes, Council.
And we've seen that Precious Angels is not it's not at either of these addresses, right? It's not at Kalafong and it's not at Linwood Road. And
yes.
And it was instead it was located at a house in Attridgeville, correct?
Yes, Council.
But is there an actual license for that Attridgeville site?
Not that I can recall of, Council. Should I explain further?
I just want to know, was that site licensed?
No.
Thank you. But mental health care users were sent there, correct?
Yes, Council.
So no follow-ups could be done with those patients, isn't that so? Because no one would know where they were.
At these addresses?
At these Ridgeville addresses that were not licensed.
Yes, Council.
And Mr. Van Bergen, my learned colleague yesterday took you to your statement where you explained that patients must be seen by a clinical doctor closest to the NGO where they are placed. Isn't that so?
Yes, Council, I've said that.
Yes, and you'd agree that if no one knows where the patients are, they would not be assessed by such a doctor, correct?
Normally, the district coordinator is involved arranging for the medical officer and the NGO for the patients to be seen.
You didn't answer my question, Mrs. Jacobus. Do you agree that if no one knows where the patients are, they could not be assessed?
I cannot attest to that, Council, because according to my recollection, the department, Dr. Manamela, knew that the patients was in Ridgeville.
Dr. Manamela knew that they were there. That's what you said.
Yes.
All right. So thank you for that. So your version today, I just want to be clear. Are you saying that this NGO met the basic requirements of an NGO? An NGO for mental health care users?
As per the license for children with mental disabilities, intellectual disabilities.
Okay, but we're not talking about children with intellectual disabilities in this Project Marathon outcome.
We are talking, Council, because remember the licenses and NGOs that was identified was for children and adults that we had to cater for.
Yes. Mrs. Jacobus, were adults patients sent to Precious Angels?
Yes, that was, I found it out later. It was adults.
Yes, and was Precious Angels licensed to care for adult mental health care users?
No, Council.
Did Precious Angels meet the basic requirements, therefore, to care for adult mental health care users?
Not at that stage, Council.
Mr. Jacobus, can I please take you to page 582 of the record? You there?
Yes, sir, Council.
This is an annexure to a statement that has been made by Dr. Sophie Lenkwane. And it's entitled Report on NGO Support Visits. Do you see that?
Yes. Yes.
And then it begins on the left-hand side with the details of the NGO, then the date on which the NGO was visited in the team.
I can just 1 second, Council. This is order relay. It should be Precious Angels. 1 second, Council, please.
Page 582.
Yes, this is 582, but this speaks to Temba Hammanskraal.
Mr. Jacobus, if you just follow me, if you listen to me, and just just pay attention to what I'm saying, and we'll get there. Do you see that this is a report on NGO support visits?
Yes.
And you see on the left-hand side, it says details of NGO, followed by the date visited in the team, followed by discussion points. Do you see that in the columns?
Yes. Yes.
Challenges and recommendations. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to establish with you what this document is. We'll now turn specifically to Precious Angels. And Precious Angels can be found at page 586 of this report.
Yes, Council, I've got it.
Thank you. So you said that it meets the basic requirements to care for adult mental health care users. Let's have a look at what the team had to say. This is on 20 July 2016 that there was a visit to Precious Angels. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
Okay, let's just start at the beginning. It starts with the license. It says the license that the manager showed us was not specific to the address visited. The team was shown the license for 150 users, intellectually disabled. The manager indicated that the facility they have occupied is a temporary rented house. Sorry, I lost the page. Just a minute. It's a temporary rented house. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if you turn over the page, users found at the facility were 15 female. Registration with Department of Social Development, DSD, in terms of the NPO and Children's Act not seen. Do you have anything to say about these comments on the license?
Yes, Council.
What is your comment on that?
My comment on this is when we visited the checklist for identifying, during the identifying purpose of the NGO, the NGO and the address was in Esidimeni, but it was a different address from where Dr. Nkwane has found the NGO.
Okay.
And they picked up a problem, and I was then asked to accompany Mr. Tabani to go and visit the area where they were. And when we went to Esidimeni, to the place that we knew where the NGO was supposed to be, yes, we couldn't find the NGO there.
Yes, so we've established already that the NGO yes, was not where it was supposed to be. It was not where it was licensed.
Yes.
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 Okay, but this finding shows that the license was not properly issued, correct?
Yes, Council.
And if you go further down under the heading Physical Resources, it says general appearance of the building, 6 rooms, rented house, 1 room occupied by the owner of the house, users accommodated in 2 rooms, 1 room occupied by 3 users, sleeping in ordinary beds, no space between beds. Just want to pause there for a second. Does that sound appropriate to you?
No, Council, it's not.
And then if we go on, the other room occupied by 12 users in cot beds, of which one of them could be in ordinary long bed. Also, no space in between. What is your comment on that?
It's also not appropriate, Council.
Is it the case that these users were placed in beds for children?
Yes, Council.
And then it goes on, size of the house does not allow them to use long beds. The house is too small for the purpose, not suitable to accommodate users. The environment inside and outside not clean. There was urine smell in the house. The window curtains falling, not properly hanged. No burglar proofs. Some floor tiles were loose. The house is too cold. No heaters. Let me pause there. Does this sound at all appropriate to care for mental health care users?
No, Council.
We'll continue. No dining room or room identified for stimulation too small, also used as an office. 1 toilet for staff and users, though most of users are on nappies. Safety and security, just ordinary gate, no security guard. Are those toilets sufficient for the number of
No, Council. No.
Under patient care?
No, Council.
Under,
It wasn't appropriate.
Not appropriate. And under patient care, it says poor. 3 care workers found standing next to beds, saying they are observing the users. We were informed that users were assessed by the, and then if you go to the next page, by the team of physiotherapists, but no records. Term in users' files, there are no legal documents. Nothing is recorded about the user's progress. Is this appropriate treatment of mental health care users?
No, Council.
Would this kind of treatment affect their health?
Yes, Council.
It would affect their health negatively, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Then under the next heading, medication, it says medication available, only 7 users on medication. And then it says prescription shots are at the regional pharmacy. And then to the side of that, it says, there's another entry which says keeping all unwanted things together with medication in the medication trolley. Example, nappies, external medication, etc. Trolley not lockable. Does that meet the requirements, basic requirements for an NGO to care for mental health care users?
No, Council.
Under emergency equipment, it says none. No emergency equipment. Is that a safety risk?
Yes, Council.
Is it a risk to the health of the mental health care users if there's no emergency equipment?
Yes.
Can I just go down a little further to human resources? There's 1 center manager also managing the facility at Danville. Then 1 sessional professional nurse, 4 care workers, both shifts. Is that sufficient staff?
No, it's not sufficient.
Then if we go down, we come to the second Precious Angels location. So that we've just dealt with the Attridgeville house, and then there was a house in Danville, correct?
Yes.
And it under license, it says that that there's a license with the Department of Health in terms of the Mental Health Care Act, and registered with the Department of Social Development, DSD, in terms of the NPO and Children's Act. License available for 150 users.
Yes, Council, but that was for another premises, not for that house.
It was not for this house.
Yes.
It says further that the current number of users were 35 males. Yes?
Yes, I've seen those users
You have.
on their premises.
And then if you continue further under the heading physical resources, you'll need to then just scroll down to the next page, and it reads, a general appearance of the building, well built. It is a double-story building. The yard is full of redundant furniture, which could pose a danger or a hazard to the users. You agree that that would be hazardous to the users?
Yes, Council.
Under patient care, it says users were all found sleeping in bed, other beds with no sheets, blankets not enough. There was urine smell in other dormitories. Care workers found busy attending to users. quality of patient care need to improve. Toilets are enough. In terms of patient care, would you say that this suggests that there's proper and adequate patient care being provided to the mental health care users?
No, Council.
Under medication, it says there are no challenges, but emergency equipment, again, it says none. And we've established that that also is a risk, a safety risk for the users, correct?
Yes.
So that was on 20 July 2016. Do you agree that this report shows that this organization was wholly inadequate to care for mental health care users?
Yes, Council.
Can I take you then to your own report, and that is at page 20423. Are you there?
Yes, Council.
And it's titled Audit Checklist for Community Mental Health Care Centers that accommodate users with severe and profound intellectual disability and psychiatric disorders. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the subject of this audit is, it says that the name of the center is Precious Angels House 1 and 2.
Yes.
See that? So that would be the Attridgeville House and the Danville House that we were just looking at, correct?
Yes.
And the date of the visit is 28 July 2016, correct?
Yes.
And it begins with an introduction and what the purpose of the audit visit is. You're familiar with this form?
Yes.
Was this your report after your visit?
No, before. It was in the old, it was when they were supposed to be located in the previous space, not the space where they are now.
This report, is this report a report of the Attridgeville and Danville houses?
I think so.
Let's have a look at the report, Mr. Quibus. Okay, so if you look at the next page, 20424. Under the heading Physical Resources.
Yes.
There's the following pointers were raised. Again, I'll just go through some of these. First, it says there are no recreational facilities for resident patients. See that?
Yes.
Second bullet, it says the number of rooms available is not enough for the patients. As a result, yes, beds are too close to each other. And then it details the space in the room and the limited space. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is this what you observed when you visited the house?
Yes.
And that was house 1. And then in house 2, similarly, you'll see it says the much needed storage space is not being utilized because the beds are placed directly against cupboards. The patients have their beds for personal space, and few can sit at their bedside to eat and relax. Concern is raised about the exposure of other patients to visitors, as there's only one entrance to the house, which means a visitor has to pass the dormitory area to get to the office, which is also used to accommodate visitors or families. Is this what you observed?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and then in the next bullet point, it's dealing with staff. It says there's neither specified assigned caretaker nor handyman to attend to ad hoc repairs and maintenance. requirement of the building facilities. The staff there are all utilized for all functions at the center, which includes security, cleaning, cooking, laundry, and patient care. What is your comment on those staffing resources?
It's not compliant because that was my findings there.
The report goes on to talk about the physical environment and the fact that there are a number of stairs. So you'll see in the next bullet point, it says, House 1 is double-storied, has a number of stairs. These already limit patients' movement around and also pose a risk for falls, even for staff who have to carry food, linen, or anything needed by patients to the room. That's also what you observed, correct?
Yes, yes.
2 bullet points down, it says the center has electricity but have only cold running water.
Yes.
So it's you correctly recorded, and I just want you to confirm that there was no hot water.
Yes.
The next bullet deals with the obsolete furniture and the risk that poses. We've dealt with that. The next bullet says there's no form of reliable patient identification, as there are neither name tags nor identical clothing to identify the patients. What is your comment on that?
Yes, it was found like that.
Does this not pose a risk to the users if they're not able to be identified properly?
Yes, Council.
We'll come back to those risks. The next bullet says patient sleeping arrangements at both facilities is just random. There is no specific classification. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as you can see, it goes on and on, this long list of non-compliances.
Yes.
I just want to go through 1 or 2 more. For example, users are not grouped according to their individual needs. Recall that?
Yes.
And then under general administration and management, it says patients were not recorded in an admission register and there's no evidence of daily roll call of patients. See that?
Yes.
And then under stimulation, therapeutic and rehabilitation programs, there are 4 bullet points which in essence say that there isn't sufficient resources for stimulation, therapeutic and rehabilitation.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
The last bullet point on that says patients are kept indoors throughout the day and night. They don't get exposed to the outside environment.
Yes.
You observed that?
Yes.
Next block is the heading Human Resource Management. And again, it stipulates what staff was available. And it begins with, at both centers, there's 1 center manager, but I think that's 1 center manager for the 2, correct?
Yes.
1 professional nurse on day duty. 1
yes.
professional nurse for night duty. 4 caregivers in house 1 and 3 in house 2 per 12-hour shift. The staff don't get off days, and due to no funds, the manager arranges transport for the staff to and from the facilities daily. You can see that.
Yes.
And then 2 bullets down, there were no staff files available for any of the staff members that were on site. There were also no records to prove compliance with the relevant council. You see that?
Yes. Yes.
Does that mean, in other words, that relevant council would be, for example, the nursing council?
Yes.
So if there's a nurse on duty, there's no record to show that the nurse is registered with the nursing council, correct?
Yes. Yes, council, yes.
2 bullet points down. It says staff are not trained in first aid techniques.
Yes.
Is that also what you observed?
Yes.
Under the next heading, medication, it says patients have not been receiving any medication after the TTO brought with on admission from referring facilities ran out. You confirm
Yes.
that.
Answer.
The next bullet says there are neither procedures nor guidelines for dealing with severe side effects. Facility workers have not been oriented regarding handling of such patients in the absence of a qualified health professional. You
Yes.
observed that, right?
Yes.
We go under the next heading, emergency equipment. Again, it confirms there's no equipment there's no equipment to monitor vital data or administer oxygen.
Yes.
You observed that.
Yes, Council.
There is no first aid box, fire extinguishers, or emergency trolley. You see that?
Yes. Yes.
Under admissions, it says the NGO does not have any evidence that the patients were assessed before being admitted, and their files do not have sufficient documents of prior management. Is that what you observed?
Yes, Council.
Under positive and caring attitude, the first bullet says the staff displayed a warm attitude and interacted with the support team. However, due to lack of staff, the element of patient-staff interaction was largely missed. The large contributory factor was identified to being assigned more than one responsibility. Caregivers also have a daily cleaning responsibility. Is that what you observed?
Yes, Council.
Goes on to highlight other problems with the staffing and complaint procedures. And then there's a next heading, which is cleanliness. And the first bullet says, there is no cleanliness checklist nor cleaning materials available for basic cleaning. Is that what you observed?
Yes, Council.
Then says waste segregation is not done.
Yes.
Says the area outside the building does not give a clean impression. Some bins were overfull. Same bins used for domestic waste and nappies. That's also what you observed, correct?
Yes, yes, Council.
The next bullet, MHCUs were dressed in clothes a bit light for the cold weather and were offered blankets at the team's request. You remember that?
Yes, Council.
And the next bullet, from the gate, there was a strong smell of urine, even before laundry washing had commenced at House 1. Do you recall that?
Yes, Council.
And the complaints go on further and further. And then under reduced waiting times and referral, it says, although on reporting it sounded like there is a system for timeous referral for routine checkups and for emergency treatment management, there was no procedure in place.
Yes.
That. And then the next heading is infection prevention and control. And there's a list of problems that are identified, essentially basically saying there's no infection prevention and control program in place. You see that?
Yes.
And then the document goes on to then set out recommendations. And the recommendations basically address these challenges that are outlined above. Right?
Yes.
So, Ms. Jacobus, having full knowledge of all of these concerns that are itemized in excruciating detail, you would agree that this facility, both houses, were wholly inadequate to care for mental health care users?
Yes, Council.
Would you agree that everything I've read out shows that these users were treated in an undignified manner.
Yes, Council.
And in your experience as a psychiatric nurse, this would cause anxiety in the mental health care users, correct? This kind of an environment.
Yes.
And in your experience as a psychiatric nurse, do you believe that the best interests of the users were being taken into account?
No, not at that stage, Council.
Would you say that, as a psychiatric nurse, would you say that the users that are treated in this way and subjected to these conditions that I've read out, that would place their health and life at risk?
Yes, Council.
And did you move these users after all of these findings of how poorly equipped the organization is? And you see the
Yes, Council.
Let me finish. You see the undignified conditions.
Yes.
Did you then say, these users are at risk, we must move them? Did you?
Yes, Council. Yes.
Did you move them, Mr. Corbis?
Yes, Council. It was the patients were moved from these houses to 3 areas, to Kalafong, Westkoppies, and Pretoria West hospitals.
When did you move the users?
I cannot remember the exact time now at this stage, Council, but they were moved to those various areas.
So this was a 20 July 2016 report, the first one, which was before you visited. The second was when you visited on 28 July 2016.
Yes.
I put it to you, Mrs. Jacobus, that you did not move the users until it was late.
Okay, can Council finish, and then before you respond?
Okay, I didn't hear. Can Council just start again?
You were interrupted, I think. Continue, Council.
Let me repeat that, my lady. What I'm putting to the witness is that the users were not moved from this facility with any urgency, and that in the interim, users died. You can comment on that, Mrs. Jacobus.
After my report and my concern about what was going on at these 2 places, the users were moved, and I'm not sure at what date, but they were moved soon to these various hospitals, as I'm saying, and I wasn't responsible for the move. Dr. Manamela has arranged the movement.
Would you agree that, given everything we've gone through, all of this detail that we've gone through, would you agree that they would need to be moved with some urgency?
Yes, Council.
So when you say they were moved soon, what was soon in your mind?
Council, as I'm saying, I cannot recall the exact date of movement, but they were moved to these 3 hospitals after I've ended in my report and discussed with Dr. Manamela.
Thank you, Mrs. Jacobus. Do you remember a mental health care user named Virginia Makpela?
Virginia?
No, I don't.
Virginia Makpela.
No, Council.
Well, Mrs. Jacobus, she was not.
Just spell the surname.
Mach.
Yes.
Pelah.
Okay. What is the response? I didn't get your response. Did you remember the person?
No, I don't know the patient, my lady.
That's okay. She was not moved, Mrs. Jacobus, after this July report. She died at Precious Angels on 15 August 2016.
Just hold it there. She died on which date?
15 August 2016. My lady, for the record, the post-mortem report for Ms. Makela, which records her date of death, is at page 2616.
2616, thank you.
Mr. Jacobus, I will come back to the issue of the circumstances of her move, of this particular patient.
Yes.
It was in the move from, you'll recall you've testified already about the move from Life Esidimeni to Cleanliness, and then to Anchor, and then to Precious Angels. That
Yes.
patients that was transferred and they had arrived in a bus at Anchor House. Do you recall your testimony on that?
Yes.
So Ms. Makela was on that bus on 29 June 2016. And do you recall testifying about the chaos that was taking place regarding that incident?
Pardon, Council, your voice.
You remember your testimony regarding the arrival of the bus and the chaos,
Yes.
and the unsuitability of Anchor House to accommodate more users?
Yes, Council.
So Ms. Makela was on that bus, and I will return to this later. But who made Ms. Makela was on that bus, my lady?
She was in the bus.
Correct. And I will come back to that a little bit later when I deal with Anchor House. But what I would like to ask the witness now, Mr. Jacobus, is who made the decision to move those patients who were on the bus to Precious Angels? Who made that decision?
As I've said in my statement, I assume it was Dr. Manamela, because when the bus arrived, and I had a look at the patients and to identify patients, the 14 patients for Anchor House, I also voiced that the patients doesn't look well for me, and it looks like a mixture of patients, intellectual and mentally ill patients, and that the patients doesn't look well. Some of them look ill. And I voiced that to the Anchor House manager, and I said I will assist her to identify suitable patients, the 14, that can be placed in her facility. And then Dr. Namela's response, to a telephonic response to me when I was in conversation with her was, I should leave the patients in the bus, they are on their way. And
yes, that evidence, sorry to interrupt you, we have got the details of that evidence. There's no need for you to repeat it. All what Council wanted to know was who took the decision to move those patients from Anchor House to Precious Angels. So your response is that it is Dr. Manamela.
I assume it was. I cannot say for sure because it wasn't verbalized to me. But I assume because Dr. Namela was involved in movement in that instance.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobus. Ms. Jacobus, would you agree that it would not be possible to assess each individual user amidst that chaos to determine where they should properly go? Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that, Council.
Thank you. Can I ask you to turn to, sticking with Ms. Makela and what happened to her, can I ask you to turn to page 2664? It's a periodical report signed by a Dr. Wadvala. It's at page 2664.
I see it. I'm there, my Council.
Thanks. And are you familiar with this kind of form, a periodical report?
The form, yes, I'm familiar with the form.
And you see that it says periodical report number, and I think it's P1 on mental health care user, and the name on the document, surname of user Makpela, first name Virginia. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is, if you scroll down just to the end of the document, just to get the context, you'll see that it's signed, initials and surname of assessing practitioner, R. Wadvala. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it's signed in 2015 at Randfontein.
Yes.
Okay, so let's just go back.
Where is that? Because I'm on the same page.
It's on page 2666, my lady.
Okay.
The end of the document.
Okay.
It's just the signature and the name of the signatory.
Okay.
Okay, so Mrs. Jacobus, let's go back up to page 2664. These are comments by this Dr. Wadvala that are handwritten. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the comments on the patient are as follows. Virginia's sister, Christine Khumalo of Buccleuch, made the application at Charlotte Maxeke Johannesburg Hospital. She reported that her sister has been showing functional decline for about 3 years. Initially, she was diagnosed with major depressive disorder in 2012. In the days before admission, she was hearing voices, open brackets, talking to herself, close brackets. Withdrawn, had something which, my lady, I can't make out that word.
Yes.
I think insomnia, was selectively mute. Her functioning was very poor. She presented at CMJAH as uncooperative, guarded, mute at times, impoverished speech, objectively hallucinating. Diagnosed with dementia. As Christine could not manage Virginia, she requested placement. You see that?
Yes, my counsel.
Thanks. If you carry on to the next page, middle of the page, the comment is, she is severely cognitively impaired. And then the second comment is, her relatives cannot provide appropriate care at home. And then the final comment on that page is, she is unsuitable for placement at NGO group homes.
I see this, counsel.
So this is an assessment of Ms. Makopela, which says that she is not to be discharged to an NGO group home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yet, not only was she moved to a facility that was, as we saw, wholly incapable of caring for her. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know Ms. Christine Khumalo?
I've met her during the Randfontein meeting when Dr. Silobano was addressing the families. I became known with her. I've not met her, but I've seen her, not really speaking to her. And according to my observation, she was very upset, and she was pleading the department not to move the patients from the Life Esidimeni places to NGOs or other facilities. And that what I can remember back clearly was that one of the comments was the department should go back to the drawing board and reconsider.
That was Ms. Khumalo's comment.
Yes.
And she is the sister of Virginia Makopela, correct?
I see here now.
Okay. So can I please take you to her statement? And that is at page 2607. You'll be directed there, 2607. Do you see, are you there?
Yes, Council.
Do you see that it is a statement made under oath by Christine Teresa Khumalo?
Yes.
Okay. The paragraphs I want to turn to, Mrs. Jacobus, are paragraphs 4 to 6. And it starts at page 2608.
I'm at paragraph 4.
Thank you. Because it's handwritten, I'm going to read it out so it's easy for all of us to follow. It says, under oath, it says, I last visited Virginia at Life Esidimeni in mid-June, and she was well. She was happy and jolly and could recognize us and laughed and even made jokes. She seemed herself under the circumstances. She was sad when we had to leave. Little did we know that would be the last time we could see her. Paragraph 5. On 20 June 2016, I received a text message that read, and I quote, she quotes, the facility closes down today. Please remember to visit Virginia Makpela at Cullinan Care. Call 012-734-700 to check on her. That's how I was informed that Virginia had been taken to Cullinan Care Center. I called Cullinan Care Center the very same day, but could not get through. A few days later, I got through and I was told that she was not at Cullinan Care Center, but I was given the contact numbers of the other 2 NGOs. Virginia was found in the register of the NGO called Anchor, which operates inside Cullinan Care Center. Paragraph 6. I only discovered that Virginia had been taken to Precious Angel's home on 25 August. A woman named Ethel Ngube called me to inform me of Virginia's death. Ethel told me that she is the director of Precious Angel's Home, a facility for people with mental health care needs. At the time of her death, Virginia was a resident at Precious Angel's Home under the care of the staff employed there. Ethel told me that Virginia passed on 17 August 2016, and she hadn't had my contact number. And then it goes on further. So, Ms. Jacobus, again,
Yes.
your experience as a psychiatric nurse, in light of what you have agreed to regarding the special needs that are required for mental health care users, regarding what we have seen in terms of what the conditions were at Precious Angels, and Dr. Wadvala's report on the mental health status and the health of Ms. Makpela, do you agree that what Ms. Makpela was put through hastened her death?
The statement of Ms. Christine, yes, I agree.
Do you agree with what I have just put to you, which is,
Yes.
I've taken you now in some detail? You would agree to
Yes,
the conditions at Precious Angels. I've taken you
Yes.
to Ms. Makpela's health status and the
yes,
periodic report. And the manner in which she was moved, you're aware of.
yes, Council.
My question to you as a psychiatric nurse, knowing the kind of care that such patients need, do you agree that what Ms. Makpela was put through hastened her death?
Yes, it wasn't fair treatment for the patient.
Milady, with all due respect, I'd like to object at this stage.
Yes.
Milady, I do not want to curtail my learned friend's cross-examination unnecessarily, but at the end of the day, it's not for this witness to decide what caused the death of the deceased. And that statement must be read in light of what the post-mortem finding was on the cause of death. And at the end of the day, it's for this court to adjudicate the issue, my lady. And I want to add further, my lady, my learned friend is venturing into the field of collateral issues and evidence. And collateral evidence is inadmissible due to it being irrelevant for a final decision, specifically where the information has been placed before the court, which my learned friend has referred to prior, being the arbitration, post-mortem reports, etc. And therefore, whatever answer is elicited from the witness, my learned friend is bound to accept, because it's on a collateral issue. She's not a medical specialist. She may be a qualified psychiatric nurse, but she's not a medical specialist. And in this regard, my lady, therefore, when it's collateral issues, that's why collateral issues are inadmissible evidence on collateral issues, because they are irrelevant and do not advance a case with regard to credibility.
Thank you.
And, my lady, this matter, I would like in this regard to refer to the matter of State versus Damalis, D-A-M-A-L-I-S, 1984, second term, page 105. It's a Transvaal decision. Page 105 of the South African Law Reports, old Transvaal decision. So, my lady, therefore, my submission would be, it's improper to expect this witness, Ms. Jacobus, to say, yes, this contributed to her death. This could have been a contributory factor. That is for a medical clinician, at least, or a medical specialist, be it then the pathologist. This whole scenario can be put to a pathologist who did the post-mortem to respond to that, but not a psychiatric nurse as Ms. Makova. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Pina. Ms. Hasim.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, if it were as simple as simply referring to a post-mortem report to establish the cause of death, there would be no need for this inquest. The reason we are having this inquest is because there were a series of events and circumstances in which patients died. I don't know what my learned friend is referring to when he talks about irrelevant information. I submit to this court that it is highly relevant whether the patients who were moved were properly assessed and their health was properly assessed. It is highly relevant to the finding of this court whether the places in which they were sent were suitable for their care. And it's highly relevant that this witness, who is a senior official in the Department of Health, responsible for the NGO licensing, speaks to those conditions and what the requirements are in order to care for mental health care users. And that is what I have elicited from this witness. This witness is a psychiatric nurse. She's already testified regarding the requirements for treatment of mental health care users. We have gone in detail, and in my view, again, I respectfully submit to this court, the detail of the conditions that I've set out at the NGO are directly relevant to the conditions under which patients died and the cause of death. And for that reason, I submit that the question is appropriate. It's not a finding that I'm asking the witness to make. I'm asking the witness to comment on those conditions and the death of Ms. Makela in the context of her experience as a psychiatric nurse. Nothing more. The finding is ultimately with this court as to the cause of death, my lady.
Mr. Pina?
With all due respect, my lady, to my learned colleague, I'm not objecting against the evidence she's elicited, has elicited up to now, and is busy eliciting. But she cannot, it becomes a collateral issue when she requires a comment from Ms. Jacobus as a psychiatric nurse to say this contributed to the death. It could maybe have contributed, but not a positive statement. It did contribute, because therefore for that positive statement, evidence is required, and such evidence has not been presented by my learned friend. So at best for my learned friend, there's a possibility maybe it could have contributed. But she's bound to the answer that she receives. Should the answer be, I do not know, I can't answer, she's bound to that, because then it becomes collateral. Because there's no positive evidence presented what the cause of death was, as the court pleases, my lady.
Yes. Thank you very much. Ms. Kasim, the objection has been noted. If you can just refrain from asking the witness questions which relate to or contributed to the death of the deceased. Thank you very much. There's nothing wrong in you asking the questions, the information that is already on record which relates to the conditions, right? But we should be careful that this witness is not a medical practitioner to say anything with regard to what led to the death or what contributed to the death or what was the cause of, what caused that particular death. Thank you.
May please, my lady.
Please the court, my lady. Sorry.
Continue, Ms. Hassim.
May please the court, my lady. There will be evidence of psychiatrists later, and perhaps we will revisit the question at that point in time. And then the witnesses in any event.
I see somebody is talking to the witness. You are busy distracting us, please.
My lady, sorry, I couldn't hear what Ms. Sessom was saying now.
Yes, but if you don't hear anything, please ask the court to assist you. She can always repeat the question. Yes. Don't talk to anyone because you are now before court. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Proceed.
May I please the court.
Ms. Kasim?
Mrs.
Hassim. Yes, continue.
Mrs. Jacobus, we were dealing with precious angels.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to turn to a different NGO now, within the same theme of suitability of NGOs. And that is to Anchor House.
Yes.
The license for Anchor is to be found at page 20314 of the record.
20314.
Yes. Let me know when you are there, Mrs. Jacobus.
I'm there.
Yes, I'm there, ma'am. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. You will see on this page that it's a license for the management of Anchor House. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
and it's at the following address, Kalafong Heights.
Yes.
And it's for persons with severe or profound intellectual disability.
Yes, ma'am.
And it is specified as a child residential care facility. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it is licensed for 150 people.
Yes.
Was Anchor House ever at this address?
No, Council.
And was Anchor House managed by Ms. Dorothy Franks?
Yes, Council.
And was Ms. Franks trained in any way to care for adult mental health care users?
No, Council.
What is the response?
No, my lady. Not adults, children.
And Mr. Jacobus, you knew that the license was for children only, correct?
Yes, Council.
So did you stop the transfer of adults to Anchor House on this basis?
I've attempted to stop that when the first patients were transferred to Anchor House.
You did attempt to stop the transfer?
Yes, Council.
Who did you report it to?
To the CEO of Cleanliness, and at the later stage I discussed with Dr. Manamela, but not per se with us. It was my discussion with Dr. Manamela was my clarification of movement of patients that where I was called out to assist in the number of patients.
Yes. But you say that you reported to the CEO of Cleanliness.
Yes, Council.
Adults are not to be placed at Anchor.
Yes.
But adults were placed there nevertheless, correct?
Yes, Council.
Did you raise this concern with anyone else in the Department of Health?
Council, in terms of raising it was with Dr. Manamela.
You raised it with Dr. Manamela. Did
Yes.
Dr. Manamela, on that basis, did she take any action to prevent the adults being placed in the facility?
If I can recall back, as I've said, it was, yes, Anchor and the others, there were a few of these NGOs that I wanted some clarity on and that I had some challenges with. And Dr. Manamela's response to me was, it's a temporary placement. It will be rectified at a later stage.
Thank you. So the users were placed there for a temporary period of time, and was it explained to them what is going on, that they would be moved again?
That in detailed knowledge and discussion I cannot give because I wasn't part of that council. Mine was just with the rectification of what happened and discussion with the manager per se.
You raised it with Dr. Manamela, and Dr. Manamela's response to you, we've established, is that this was temporary?
Temporary, yes.
And is it correct, and I think this is what you testified already, but I just want to confirm, that Anchor House received more patients than they could cope with? Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
And Ms. Franks says in her statement that she only had 25 beds. Can you comment on that?
Yes, Council, that's the truth.
So would you agree that it would mean finding extra beds on short notice?
Yes, Council. That is what happened that evening.
And would you agree that this would cause disorientation for the patients?
I cannot agree that it will cause disorientation because my interaction wasn't with the mental health care users. And my interaction and support was more to the managers and to sort out the the challenges that was at hand at that stage.
But you were at Anchor House when this overcrowding took place.
Yes, because prior to the movement, what we've done was when we had completed certain tasks and we went to Cullinan just to see how far Anchor was with the preparation and if everything was okay. They were quite far. They were about 85% completed with everything. And as we were leaving, the manager called back and said she just received a call. She would receive patients later that evening. And I said, but it's evening. How can life send patients so late? And then she says, no, it's from Cullinan. And then shortly, about 15 minutes thereafter, the patients arrived at the ward from Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre.
Yes, and you were present.
Yes, Council.
And you've testified that it was quite chaotic.
Yes, Council, because, the patients was put to wait until we discussed and sort out the placement that is taking place there.
And you also testified that there was insufficient beds. We've established that, but there was also insufficient linen. Is that correct?
The beds was insufficient, but Anchor House had enough linen, even for extra beds. Because remember, Anchor was supposed to prepare for 150 beds at Kalafong. So they had ample beds and linen, but these things were in a lockable storage room at Kalafong Hospital. They only had the 25 beds that was prepared to receive 25 children from Esidimeni.
That's right, Mrs. Jokobis, but Anchor House was not at Kalafong, right? It was at Cullinan.
Yes, that's why I'm saying the extra linen wasn't there.
That's right. The beds and the linen were not there, correct?
Yes.
And are you able to, the second thing was that there were male and female patients who were mixed. Is that correct? At Anchor?
No, Council, no. Yes, it's correct at Anchor, but your statement now is there's two. What happened was the first facility was only males, the first ward. And then at a later stage, I was called by Dr. Malamela to come and have a look and to assist Anchor House to prepare a second ward on the premises. And that was over a weekend. And the mixture of patients happened in the second ward, not the first one.
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Jacobus. I understand what you're saying. The point is that there was 2 wards at Cullinan.
Yes.
One was Anchor.
Anchor was a facility for severe and profound intellectual disability children.
And it was overcrowded, and adults were placed there and not children.
Yes, Council, both wards.
And you described the chaotic scene and patients that were waiting at night to be placed in a bed.
Yes, until we've sorted that out.
So where were the patients then when you were there? Where were the patients while the beds were trying to be obtained and linen and the rest?
They were sitting in the, I'm not sure I'm talking about correctional, but some were sitting in the manager's office and others were in the corridor waiting until we could get beds and linen prepared for them.
And how long were they waiting in the corridor and in offices?
Council, I can really not recall honestly, because at that stage, my mind was tired and we were running. We had to leave Cullinan to go and get extra equipment to place the patients. So we had to leave Cullinan, and Cullinan is approximately 16 kilometers away from the areas where we went to collect all the other stuff, and then we had to head back to support them further.
Yes, Mrs. Jacobus. You've said to us a number of times how tired you were and how stressful it was for you to run around trying to resolve these issues. My question was directed elsewhere. It is the experience of the patients.
Yes.
And given what you've said, I'm sure you can appreciate that if you felt that distressed, the patients must have felt even more distressed at not knowing what was going on. Would you agree?
Yes, I can partly agree, not knowing, not because I wasn't able to speak to the patients, as I've said earlier on.
Do you think that...
But I can think myself, I can assume that ought to be the case, but I cannot say for certain.
Was Anchor House qualified to care for the mental health care users?
For adults?
Yes.
No, she wasn't trained for adults. She cared for children. She was trained for children.
And did you approach Ms. Franks to locate the NGO at either Kalafong or Cullinan? Did you approach Ms. Franks?
Yes, but there's an explanation to that, if I can explain.
Yes, do so. You may
Should I start? Okay. What happened at Kalafong, it was quite a also tiresome process. And at the end, that is why I got the asked the engineers also that we should get consultants from Department of Internal Department from Infrastructure in to support, because we could not really use. There were the areas where where the users were supposed to be placed, the wards, was adjacent to two areas that had serious structural damage. And after the last report, and that was for quite some time that was going on, I've asked the facility manager, the chief director, to explain to Dr. Mela and chief senior management that we cannot use that facility.
Okay.
And then Dr. Mela called me and said that I should call the managers that were supposed to be at Cullinan and ask. She has found a ward in Cullinan, on the Cullinan premises. So the other manager says it's a bit far for them, and Dorothy Franks said she's nearby because she's not that far from Cullinan, about approximate 15 kilometers. She will take it and she will utilize that ward. And that is how she went and prepared that ward at Cullinan.
But there was no license that was granted?
No, there were no license. All what we've done was I went with the engineers to inspect the ward for everything. It was a newly refurbished ward. And then to measure out the space for the ward, and it could only contain 25 beds with all the other amenities that's supposed to be necessary. And that is why the kitchen was there, but the kitchen was a bit small, and that is, I've tried to address that. The laundry area, there was a laundry area, but it wasn't in use, and I said I'll take that up with the CEO, and Siabadinga was using that, and there was a problem with that too, for Anchor to utilize those other areas. Hence, Anchor House was, when they received those patients, they had to continue in that facility, in that kitchen, and operate from there. And more patients were placed than the 25 beds.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Jacobus. Mrs. Jacobus, the bottom line of everything that you are saying is that the necessities were not in place when the users were being transferred. Isn't that so?
Yes, Council.
Thank you. My lady, I see that it is 1:45. I'm happy to continue, but I am starting with not a different topic, but a different NGO. If the court is minded to adjourn for lunch now, I'm I think it would be an opportune moment rather than starting this and stopping a few minutes into it.
Thank you very
But
much.
in the court's hands.
The witness is warned, and we will take a large adjournment and resume at 1:45.
As a court,
Thank
please.
you.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you.
As your ladyship pleases.
As a cop pleases.
Mr. Rai, het broer iets gesê? Het broer iets gesê toe sy so aangegaan het? Wow. Council.
Do you know of the NGO named Rebafeni?
Yes, Council.
And that NGO had been licensed also on 1 April 2016.
Yes, Council.
We can just have a quick look at the licenses. The first one is at page 20317.
20317.
Yes.
317.
Do you see it?
Yes, Council.
It's a license for Rebafeni House. And
Yes.
at the address plot 165 R511 Henops Rafir Centurion. You see that?
No, Council, not yet.
20317.
20317.
Yes.
Yes, Council.
Do you see it now?
Yes, I see it now, Council.
Okay. And that's the correct address.
Yes, Council.
And it is for adult psychiatry patients.
Yes.
Okay. And it's referred to as House 1.
Yes.
For 65 patients.
Henops River.
Yes. Okay. That is the first license. The second license is at the next page, 20318.
Yes, Council.
So you see that is also Rebafeni House.
Yes.
And it's House 2.
Yes.
And it's Henops Rafir plot B59.
Yes, Council.
And it's for adult psychiatry.
Yes.
And for 55 patients.
Yes.
And the next license is on the very next page, and that's House 3.
Yes.
There's for the management of Rebafeni House 3, and the address is 24 Beersenbos Street.
Amanda Sich.
Yes. And it's again for adult psychiatry, 50 patients.
Yes.
And are you aware, Ms. Jacobus, that this NGO, Rebafeni, was not experienced in caring for mental health care users?
No, I wasn't really aware that they were not experienced because they had a manager that had some nursing knowledge.
But is it a nurse who was trained to deal with mental health care users?
I did not inquire about that, Council.
You didn't inquire, okay. Do you recall that it was a victim empowerment center?
That was one of the centers.
Yes, but was it? Do you recall that it was a victim empowerment center, not a center for mental health care users?
The Victim Empowerment Center was at another address, another location, not where the NGO was.
Not at the same addresses that are on this license?
No, Council.
You sure about that, Mr. Jacobus?
Yes.
And these three venues, these three houses, were they properly audited and licensed?
Only the two houses, House 1 and 2, was visited by the team. And we've inspected those two houses. The other house was we became aware when Dr. Namela sent us to go and do a checkup on the house. Then we saw that there were patients in that third house.
The third house, you saw there were patients
Yes.
there.
Yes, but
But
the first two was properly inspected.
So the third house was not inspected.
Yes, the one in Amandasig. It
Yet,
was only done at a later stage when we went.
okay. Yet, mental health care users were sent to house number 3. Is that correct?
That was my observation.
Okay. And when you say house 1 and 2 were inspected, did they meet the requirements?
Yes, Council.
They did.
Except for the kitchen, they had one kitchen at house number 2 that they, with the inspection says they're going to refurbish that house to cater for the 2 houses and put in some industrial to change it into an industrial kitchen. And they've started with that process soon after the inspection.
And the renovations that were then, those renovations you speak of.
Yes, that is a kitchen.
Was that, was the NGO assisted by the department to make those changes? Were they assisted financially?
No, not financially. They had to do it on their own. They were plowing in their own money.
They were using their own money. And were they supported in any other way to receive staff and food and linen and the like?
No, Council. When we went for the inspection in January to those 2 first houses, they had all the necessary equipment, beds, linen, everything. And they've done that on their own. They were not supported by the department or received any of the donated beds. They've refurbished everything themselves.
Do you recall, did you visit these houses yourself?
The 2, yes, Council.
And you say they met the requirements?
Yes, Council. In terms of just a small thing that they had to change at house 2 was to erect a steel barrier at the back of the second house. But that was also done and seen to before. They've started with it also immediately after we gave them the instruction to do that.
Can we please turn to page 20398? That is where there's an audit report for the 2 houses, page 20398. You there?
Yes, Council.
And you see that the date of this visit is 21 July 2016.
Yes.
And the purpose of the visit, according to this document, was to ensure patient care standards.
Yes.
See that it says in the Tshwane regions, NGOs housing former life Esidimeni patients meet of required quality and offer support where required. You see that?
Yes.
So can we just have a look then at what was the findings of the audit? Again, Ms. Jacobus, like I've already done with the previous NGOs, there's a similar theme that emerges. And if you have a look at the audit report, you'll see that it's short of the requirements, in fact. So let's look at page 20399. The first block is physical resources. And it starts with house number 1. Again, there are a number of bullet points.
Yes.
you present at this audit?
No, Council.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, Council.
So at the end of the report, where I'll take you to the page, under recommendations, if you go to 20403.
20403.
Yes.
The Center Management Recommendations.
Recommendations. And then under Miss H. Jacobus. That's you, correct?
Excuse me?
That's you, Ms. H. Jacobus, correct?
Yes.
And it reads, promised to facilitate the process of NGOs receiving standardized emergency equipment packs, but could not indicate a deadline by which this can be achieved.
Yes.
Do you recall making this promise under the recommendations?
I did not write this report. Maybe Mrs. Lankwane has written that down in terms of that was I was supposed to do.
So, but do you recall this? Did you say that you would facilitate this?
Yes, I've said that.
So, do you agree with that first sentence?
Yes, I agree with it.
That's for standardized emergency equipment packs, but that you could not indicate a deadline by which it can be achieved.
Yes.
And the second is that you would facilitate the process of individual patient assessment.
Yes.
By a assigned team of therapists and dietitian.
Yes.
And then the third is that training needs of staff to be identified and catered for. Priority to be the Mental Health Care Act, management of psychiatric patients, and procedures to follow in special and periodic incidences.
Yes.
Do you recall that was what you were responsible for?
Yes, Council.
And you undertook to do that?
Yes.
This report, as we saw, and we'll go back to the first page, this was done on 21 July 2016. By this time, there were already patients placed at
yes.
Isn't that so?
Yes.
And these things were not in place. Emergency equipment, individual assessments of the patients.
No, the emergency equipment was in the process of being finalized towards the end of July, because I have consulted and had an agent that would do that to distribute to all NGOs at the same time. But that never materializes, and due to the funding that wasn't in place as yet, because by that time I thought the funding would have been in place, the training wasn't in place, and yes, those two things.
But
the therapist and dietitian, what happened with that, with the rehabilitation team? I've asked what they've got in Tshwane is a forum where there's one person responsible overseeing all the different rehabilitation teams. So I've asked them not to go per NGO because of the amount of patients at the NGOs, and to start at the eastern side of Tshwane. And they should all go together to escalate and see if we can't finalize the process further, if more therapists would be on the premises looking at different patients instead of just one therapist. That will take long. So, and the time frame that I've requested from the therapist, they said approximate 2 weeks, but when they started by the end of the first week, they said it's going to take longer because they do not have collateral information and they are doing individual assessments from start.
Yes. So these things were not in place?
Yes, not at all the NGOs. No, it was just started in the east at one NGO.
Okay, it was not in place at Rebefeni, correct?
Yes, yes,
And these are essential requirements for an NGO.
yes, Councillor.
But the patients were in place, weren't they?
Yes, the patients were placed already.
So the patients were placed there even though these requirements were not met. Yes.
Yes, Councillor.
So if we just go back up to the audit report, as I said, it's the same sort of theme. Under 1, it's physical resources.
Under physical resources.
Yes. And it itemizes a number of points. Okay.
Let me just get there. On what page is that?
It's on page 20399.
Okay, yes.
So the first bullet is there were no recreational facilities for resident patients.
Yes, that wasn't in place.
The number of rooms available were enough, but they were poorly kept. Yes?
I see that.
There is neither specific assigned caretaker nor handyman to attend to the ad hoc repairs and maintenance. A requirement of the building facilities. The handyman that was available also acted as security and a care worker at times. You see that?
Yes.
And Mr. Jacobus, you are responsible for NGOs. Is it appropriate for a handyman to serve as a care worker for mental health care users?
Now, Council, they need to have handymen separately.
Is it under house 1 or house 2? Or are we still on house 1?
House number 1, my lady.
All right.
It's not appropriate for a handyman to be a care worker for a mental health case. Correct.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Council.
The next bullet speaks about access to the facility, that it doesn't have a facility for disabled persons. And then with regard to issues of safety, I won't go through it, but you can see it's there. It itemizes a range of things that were not in place. Apart from the electric fence and the problem with furniture lying around again and no alarms, it also says the following: the sleeping arrangements at the facility was just random. There are no specific classifications.
I'm not sure, because remember what the place when I visited the center, there was already patients placed and they only had male patients, and it was sort of dormitory like, and the beds were situated in those facilities. So I don't understand the random, like what the scriber refers to here.
Okay. It says next that the patients have not been receiving any medication after the 7 days medication that they came with to the facility.
That I'm aware, because the supervisor and the manager of these houses contacted me and alluded to that they took the patients to the nearest clinics, but then they were told afterwards there's too many patients and the clinics and regional office doesn't have enough medication. And hence, at that stage, after receiving from a few NGOs the same complaint, I intervened and went to the district pharmacy to address it with the manager at the district pharmacy, where she alluded she was never informed by central office that she was supposed to prepare for so many patients. And hence I went to the CEO of Vescopis to ask if she could help. And that is where the extra doctors and stuff came in, and the pharmacists. And we started immediately that same evening with the pharmacist started with dispensing.
The patients were without medication according to this report, correct?
Yeah, I see there. I see, yes.
It says for almost 2 months without any medication. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
And yes, you want to say something? Surely a patient without medication would have risk of relapse.
Yes, Council.
It then says, the next bullet, there are no procedures nor guidelines for dealing with severe side effects. The facility workers have not been oriented regarding handling of patients, and there's no qualified health professional.
I see that, Council.
Again,
Council, can I just come in here in terms of the staffing? When we started with the informal visits, we just informally tell them what needs to be in place, but that wasn't in terms of protocols, patient protocols or service protocols. It was more on the administrative documents and the facility itself and the staffing. And from, as I've said, as early as I think it was before September, but I know it was very early, where all these NGOs appointed the relevant staff. But as the time went on, no effect payment was coming from the department, and these facilities couldn't keep up with paying of the staff and still see that the rectifications to the facility be done. So most of the staff resigned from these facilities. And when the placements start, the places were understaffed.
Right. In the meantime, the patients are placed there and there's nobody to care for them. Isn't that so?
No, probably there wasn't enough staff, yes.
Yes. And then the final bullet point says there's no functional storeroom of raw material or prepared food. The kitchen doesn't have running water or kitchen sink.
In one of my previous visits when I was there, when I was called also to look at something by Mrs. Sinello, they had a problem with the water because it was a rented place. And there was they've informed the owner apparently, and the owner has sent somebody, but the problem was much bigger and they were intervening into that.
Okay, the kitchen doesn't have running water or kitchen sink. It's 21 July 2016. Patients are already there. Do you think that they were getting properly prepared food?
They've improvised according to them, and what I've seen was that they acquired also a guest house, and that is why they, whilst doing the industrial kitchen to properly cater for, they improvised and they had some area prepared outside with the guest stoves and water stuff and all that.
So it was not a problem, in other words?
No, it was, and that is why they were urged to speed up the process in terms of finalizing the kitchen.
And surely if you're going to put patients in an NGO, the NGO should have a kitchen.
Yes.
Okay.
The existing kitchen was too small. It was very, very small for the amount of patients that was placed there.
Right. Thank you for that. In house number 2, again, a list of concerns and issues. And you'll see in the third bullet, there's a statement that the staff there are all utilized for all functions at the center, which includes security, cleaning, cooking, patient care, etc. So again, with this house, the care of the patients was being done by people who were not trained to care for mental health care users. Isn't that so?
Yes, not all, no number of NGOs. It was the NGO managers and staff were trained. Because normally that is what the department institute before placing of patients, or before then we do that, or just shortly after licensing them, we start with the formal trainings in all areas.
So are you saying they were not trained?
Yes, we haven't started or didn't effect training.
Yes, again, it's 21 July 2016. Patients have already been placed there. It then goes on, the center has electricity and cold running water. This house too, as you see below, there's a problem with obsolete furniture, which presents a health hazard. Again, there's this under bullet, house number 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, under bullet 7. Towards the end, patient sleeping arrangements at the facility was just random.
Okay. Yes,
Same problem.
I see that.
Patients have not been receiving medication after the 7 days medication that they came with to the facility after it was finished, and it's been almost 2 months without any medication. So again, at this house, patients are not receiving medication, correct?
Yes, the medication was a problem in most of the NGOs.
It was a problem at most of the NGOs.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Again, no procedures or guidelines for dealing with severe side effects. Facility workers have not been oriented regarding handling of patients, and there is no qualified health professional. That's at house number 2.
According to the manager, the supervisors at both houses at that stage, they have lost a lot of staff, and they only had one registered nurse that was servicing both houses on different days. So there wasn't a person on a daily basis based at a particular house because of they didn't have the enough staff. The staff resigned.
Yes. In fact, if you go further down under human resource management, it's described under house number 1 and 2, what the staffing complement was. And it stipulates under bullet 3, there are no clinical staff members in the center. So there was a center manager, a professional nurse that comes at the center Wednesdays and Fridays, while on the rest of the days is at house 1 and other centers. However, this was contradicting with the statement of center manager for house number, and that's not clear, probably house number 2. And then it says, Ms. Nhlanhla Sono, who said there's not been a professional nurse. However, there will be one reporting for duty on Monday, 25 July 2016.
I see that.
Okay, so are we in agreement that there was not appropriate staffing for the mental health care users? And I'm talking specifically about clinical staff.
Yes.
Under medication, if we continue, it repeats the problem with the unavailability of medication, but it also details that old records were used for ordering, and it says this created a lot of confusion and affected patients' treatment compliance as well. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And if you read further down under side effects, number 1, it says patients who had been noted to be having side effects, especially from recently administered injections, were apparently brought to the attention of Mr. Mogale by the manager. The professional nurse, starting on 25 July 2016, will attend to.
Yes, I see that.
So there wasn't anybody in place to deal with side effects yet. It was only going to be addressed when the professional nurse was due to start, 25 July, correct?
Yes.
And if you continue down the audit, we've already established that there was no emergency equipment. And then under admissions, number 8, it says the NGO does not have any evidence that the patients were assessed before being admitted, and their files do not have sufficient documents of prior management. Bullet 2. Since admission, patients have not been sent for assessment at local clinics to be booked into necessary programs.
Yes, Council, and that was when the manager called that I've arranged for 2 doctors to assist with the starting of assessments. And remember, with the number of patients, it will sort of take quite some time because they first started to rectify and assess patients on the medication side to sort that out. And it took some time to do that.
But these things should have been in place before the patients were moved. Isn't that so?
Yes, the staff was supposed to be, or the NGOs was supposed to be known where to take the patients to which clinic, what days and all that. It was supposed to have been arranged.
It's not something to be dealt with after the fact.
I wouldn't say after the fact, but because remember the placements, if it's from, let's say, NGO admits patients from the community, and then shortly after the admission, within 7 days, that patient needs to be seen and sorted out. That is according to requirements.
Yes, but before they are admitted, they need to be assessed, correct?
That was the patient. These patients are from Life Esidimeni. And hence, when I alluded to Mr. Van Bergen about the forms that were sent, because what is happening, the referral institution completes all the documentation, send the documentation to the admission institution so that the patients do have full documentation. But that wasn't the case with the Life Esidimeni. Not all the NGOs with the Life Esidimeni patients.
So, but you knew by this point in time that these records were not present, and you knew that patients had been there for some time without being assessed, correct?
No, Council, I didn't know.
By 21 July, you were not aware?
No, Council, I wasn't aware yet. Because remember, I was attending to all NGOs in the area, not just specific. And when I went to a particular NGO, I did not look at or done any inspection or inquiry, what is in place, what is not in place. I was addressing challenges that the NGOs had. And it was numerous at different places on a daily basis.
Yes, there were many challenges at different ends, as you say, on a daily basis.
Yes.
And the challenges are all challenges in common. The complaints that you're talking about, isn't that so? It's medication, it's forms, it's basic requirements.
Yes, and it's overcrowding, etc., etc.
Under box 9, positive and caring attitude, house number 1, it says there was no visible contact between patients and the staff members. Bullet 2, few patients complained about poor treatment at the center, with one who said he was tied with ropes, and the others complained about 2 staff members who beat them up. There were marks on the one who complained about being tied, and there was a particular one with bruised feet that indicated that was beaten.
I see this. I wasn't aware of it.
This is July 2016, and you're aware that there had already been patients for some time at this facility.
No, Council. I wasn't informed about placements. As I'm saying, I was called by an NGO when they encountered problems. When I get there, then I'll see that the NGO already received patients. So I have no recollection what patients was placed where and when and how.
Okay.
I had no knowledge about that.
Right. And you say even though this audit report refers to your name under recommendations, you were not aware of this.
Yes, remember this was Mr. Mohale was involved, and he was the assistant to Mrs. Gordon. So I think he should have phoned me and asked me about it, and I said then I will undertake that. And that is why my name is there.
Okay. So you were given some information, but not all. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes.
And if we look at cleanliness, just to wrap up on this audit report, the next few things under cleanliness. There's no cleanliness checklist nor cleaning materials available for basic cleaning.
Yes,
yes, that would be a basic requirement. Surely that would need to be in place before the organization is licensed. Isn't that so?
Not before it was licensed. It can happen after licensing, before patient placement.
Okay, so before patient placement, these need to be.
Yes.
But it wasn't, correct?
Council, can I just come in here again? Remember with these patients transfers from Life Esidimeni to all these new NGOs. No training were given to these NGOs. As I've reflected on in my statement, I was supposed to deliver a generalized sort of training to these NGOs on that day at the Sterkfontein meeting, because it was the first formal meeting where these NGOs and everybody came together. And I think Dr. Manamela chaired that meeting, but there was no time to deal with it. And when I wrote it to her, she said we can work it in at a later stage. So no training was given. And that's number one. Number two, as I've said, even with preparation and to get these NGOs ready, we were looking at more on administrative documents, but not the minute, the protocols and all that is center documents. And the centers will not, maybe most of them or some of them will not be able to do it because they don't have the knowledge. So they need some training. The teams were ready at Sterkfontein, the OT, the dietitian, etc., also to give their generalized training to empower these NGOs to have a start off, a base to start off with. But no training was effected on their day, and even after that.
Mrs. Jacobus, is this the way you would normally go about moving patients into NGOs?
No, Council. It's not the normal way.
But it is what took place in relation to the Life Esidimeni users.
Yes, Council.
And these things were not done. The training was not done. I hear you talking about documentation, but
yes,
but ensuring that proper care is provided involves more than checking documents, isn't that so?
Council, remember in terms of training, in terms of patient care and patient documentation, there was no knowledge from my side who will be placed where and the time frames, number one. Number two, I've concentrated mostly on the administrative documents that these people should get ready so that that can be handed into the district office so that we can start effecting payment to support them in that. In that, I was dealing with it in an informal way per NGO and explained at length why, the reasons why, as one would have given training, but not the other minute things.
Well, they're not minute, is the point I'm trying to make. Issues of soap, cleanliness, hygiene, staff that are trained to care for mental health care users are not issues that are minute. Would you agree?
No, I don't mean minute in that sense, but I mean all the other areas wasn't covered. And those are areas that will be covered on training sessions, both by central office and the district, and programs would be effective to be in place to support these NGOs. And it takes long because NGOs needed not just to be say you need to have this X document, but also the explanation thereof, so that they can understand the importance of documents, of recording, of records, etc., etc.
Yes, but the bottom line again, Ms. Jacobus, of everything that you say,
yes.
Okay. So the point I was saying earlier is that patients, however, were already in place in these conditions at this NGO, yet another NGO where patients were placed in conditions in which in conditions in which they could not receive proper care. Do you want to comment on that?
Council, as I've said before, I was only involved in the readiness of the NGOs.
Okay.
And in terms of the readiness, we've identified, and normally in normal circumstances, you won't put that big numbers of patients into a NGO. It will be smaller numbers. And when the areas were measured, it was less patients that were supposed to be placed. And it's only later that when patients were placed, it was more than was identified.
Okay.
So as I've said, there was overcrowding in all NGOs.
Yes, thank you. Would I be correct to say that when patients are transferred to an NGO, it would also be under normal circumstances? There wouldn't be a crowd in one go. There wouldn't be a huge number of patients admitted to an NGO at the same time. It would be few patients at a time.
Yes, Council.
So can you please turn to page 409?
409. Yes.
So this is an extract from this statement of Rochelle Catherine Gordon.
Yes.
You see the heading at the top. And Ms. Gordon says of Rebafeni Care Center, about halfway down the page.
Yes.
She says, on the 26th of May, 2016, Rebafeni House 1 received 58 patients from Waverley.
I see that.
Surely receiving 58 patients in one go is a huge burden on the NGO to process.
Even if it's an experienced NGO, it's a huge burden. It's too many patients at one go.
So do you think that the interests of the patients could be properly attended to if there are one amongst 58?
Council, if I can explain it is like this. If a NGO opens...
Before you explain, you can have an opportunity. Okay. But I do want you to I want us to get to the point. I'm saying 58 patients were moved in one day to Rebafeni House 1.
Yes.
Yes, and you say it's not fair. But
yes, it's not fair.
It would result in poor treatment of the users, isn't that so? Because they're too many.
I assume so. Yes.
And then Ms. Gordon goes on to say, on the same day, 55 patients were admitted at Rebafeni House 2 from Rand West.
I see that.
And it's the same problem, isn't it?
Yes.
And then the last group of 21 patients were handed in at Rebafeni House 3 from Odirile and Ubutle Benkosi NGOs on 7 July 2016, respectively. So 21 to house number 3.
I see that.
And house number 3 was not part of that audit that we just looked at, isn't that so?
Not initially.
And why is house number 3 not on that audit?
Because I wasn't aware of house 3. As I'm saying, when we've done the inspections, because we didn't get out any audits, when we've done the inspection, I was only aware of house 1 and 2 that we visited. We were sent to house 3 at a later stage when Dr. Manamela informed me I should go to house 3. So myself and Franz went to that house. And already patients has been placed there.
Yes.
I only determined now that the patients were from Odorile and Ubutle. And I was, that time when I saw that, I just assumed they were from Life Esidimeni.
Well, it's possible that they were moved again because, as we saw,
Yes, I see.
Between NGOs, isn't that so?
Yes.
So you say it was Dr. Manamela who instructed that.
Yes, to go to the third house.
Let me
to
finish.
The third house.
Okay, it was under Dr. Manamela's instructions.
Yes.
And for house 1 and 2, the movement of 58 and 55 in one day, on whose instructions did that take place?
I don't know, Council, because I wasn't involved in the movement of patients from Life Esidimeni.
House number 3 was managed by a person named Ms. Ndlovu. Is that correct?
I can't remember her name, but yes, it was a different. What the manager from Recreational told me, the house number 3 was totally separate from managed by Rabafeni, and they've got their own manager. It was a female person. I can't remember her name, but I've met her when we went to house number 3.
Let's have a look at her statement. Is that page 1474? Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you see that it's a statement of Frida Ndlovu?
Yeah.
And it's made under oath. And she says, in paragraph 2, she's the former manager of Rebafeni House 3 that was situated at 24 Beersenbos Street, Amandasa, Pretoria North.
Yes.
And then we're not going to go through the whole statement. She explains how she became involved in the Life Esidimeni Project Marathon. But can you go to paragraph 3 of her statement?
Yes.
In the 6th line. She says, nobody from the Gauteng Department of Health came to inspect the house prior to the receipt of patients, and I did not have any knowledge in terms of compliance requirements for the NGO.
I can contest that maybe that is the truth, because as I've said, I wasn't aware of house number 3 until the time Dr. Nella informed us to go to house number 3. Okay. And as I've said, when we came there was already patients placed. And on my visit there, I note some challenges that she had, and I assisted her to sort out those challenges, and we also removed a few patients from there.
You removed patients from here?
Yes.
Because it was not, why did you remove patients?
2 were ill, 2 became ill, and we've sent them to hospital. And then after the hospital placement, one, I could get accommodation for that one patient at Cleanliness, a rehabilitation center. One went to an existing NGO in Rietfontein, because they had an empty bed there. And the other patient, as far as my knowledge, I think was still in hospital or sent back after that to Rebafeni 3.
Okay. But at the time when Dr. Manamela instructed you to place patients at house number 3, you were aware that it was not a licensed NGO?
No, Council. I was not involved in placement of patients, number 1. When Dr. Manamela asked me to go to house number 3, when I got there, I then only saw there was patients already placed in house number 3.
Yes. You are the director, you're the overseer of NGOs. Did you ask whether this NGO was licensed when Dr. Manamela sent you there?
We didn't speak in that detail because Dr. Manamela said she was in a meeting and that I in France should go there quickly and go and see and assist the NGO. It was only when I got there, because according to my policy, there wasn't license. There was no license for that end for house number 3. I think so. I speak under correction. There was no license because, as I've said, I only made out licenses for house number 1 and 2 because those were the places that we've visited.
Yes, but you also agreed with Ms. Ndlovu's statement that I read out to you, that nobody from the Gauteng Department of Health came to inspect the house prior.
Yes, I agree with her.
You agreed with that, didn't you?
I agree with her.
So if you go to page 1475, the second line, it reads, on a certain Friday, while I was not around, I was informed that Hannah Jacobus came to the center and dropped off 3 patients.
No, collected 3 patients, not dropped off.
On arrival at the center, I called Tisetso and informed him about patients brought by Hannah. Further informed him that they were not the category of patients I was supposed to take care of. Tisetso then gave me Hannah's contact number and suggested that I call her. I then called Hannah and told her that she must come back and fetch the 3 patients. The patients stayed for a period of 3 nights, and Hannah came to fetch them on Monday and were taken to Anchor House. Hannah was angry at me and indicated that I will not be getting any additional patients from the department. What is your response to that?
My response is I never dropped off patients at house number 3, number 1. And I've never taken a patient from Rabafeni 3 to Anchor House or Precious Angels. As I've said, ma'am, when I got there, they informed me of the challenges they had with the 3 patients. And exactly the 2 had diarrhea for some time. That was what the supervisor told me. And hence, I even phoned Mr. Mahale. I phoned him to take the patients to hospital. I've arranged other accommodation for these patients because according went through the center, they had too many patients in. And I wasn't angry. I said to her, she can exact thing that happened.
Right. And so despite the fact that this house had not been licensed, in light of the fact that it was not licensed, you've now been to this, it's the first time you've become aware when you visit house number 3. Did you recommend then that it be closed?
No, Council, I did not. Because there's an explanation.
Yes, what's your explanation?
Can I continue?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Remember, I've alluded earlier on, with the first 3 NGOs that I was called out, I observed there was more patients being placed at those NGOs that was sort of anticipated or made out to accept. I phoned Dr. Manamela, and she said, I must wait until all the patients has been placed, and then only we will do placement of patients and rectify. I've also said in that earlier statement that there was also some mixture of patients in some NGOs. And where the mixtures was where I felt worried about them, those are the patients that I removed myself and placed in either hospitals or other areas. And the last thing was, I've mentioned earlier on that the first license was made out according to the inspection that we've done with a number of beds availability in each NGO. And then I was called by Dr. Namela one day and says I should come in and rectify some licenses. And that was with a bed spaces. Then she called me for a second time. When she called me for the third time, but it wasn't for all NGOs at one time.
Slow down. Sorry.
And the third time I said to her, just 1 second, Council. For the third time I said to Dr. Mamela, I'm not going to come in again because you've said things, we will sort out things afterwards and transfer patients because patients, some places are really overcrowded, and then we will redo the licenses. That was my answer. And hence I didn't ask for closure or whatever because I assumed she knew about the placement and she knows about the house 3 patients that was placed.
Okay, thank you. So your answer is you did not ask for the closure of house number 3.
No.
I believe there's a question from my colleague.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you. My apologies to interrupt the examination by Ms. Hassan. My lady, if the witness can be requested to slow down her presentation, it is extremely difficult to take notes. And Ms. Hassan, quite fairly, I think, asked her to slow down and was just overridden by the witness.
Yes.
So if she can slow down, please, as your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobus, you hear what counsel is saying?
Yes,
Please
my lady.
just bear in mind that we are taking notes and all the other counsel are also taking notes.
Yes.
Yes, and your evidence is important.
Thank you, my lady.
Continue.
I apologize.
Mr.
Lady,
Pinto?
sorry, my lady, to interrupt. My lady, I've been noting, and maybe the court, on grounds of compassion, request the court to inquire from Ms. Jacobus. She appears to be extremely fatigued. I'm not so sure whether that is the case. That's my own observation from watching her, and what her condition is at this stage, and whether she feels able to continue with the process of cross-examination this afternoon or maybe later. Not maybe later, but later, or maybe a bit later this afternoon, depending on her response, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Jacobus, your counsel has raised these concerns. Is that true? Do you feel somehow fatigued or?
No, my lady, we can continue. Maybe the point is, my lady, what is tiring? I've mentioned these things yesterday and the previous day. And today, the same questions are coming up again, and I have to repeat, and that is why maybe I'm a bit fast, just by recalling what was said previously.
Okay, but I'm going to request.
I apologize. I'm okay, we can continue.
Yes, but I'm going to request you, if a question is repeated, you can just indicate that you have answered. There's no need for you to give details unless counsel wants to any clarification from the evidence that is already before us.
Okay.
There's no need for you to be repeating because your evidence is always detailed.
Okay.
So try to cut your evidence because that is what informs questions that come as a follow-up to the details that you shall have given.
Okay, my lady.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are you happy, Mr. Pienaar?
May it please the court, my lady, I'm indebted to your ladyship.
Okay.
In this regard.
Please, when you are tired, you can tell us, Miss. I can sympathize with you. If you feel tired, tell us. Then we can call it a day, and then you continue the next day.
No, please, my lady, let's continue.
You want to finish everything?
Not everything, but let's continue. I don't know how far we're going to go, but let's continue.
Thank you very much. Just bear in mind that you should slow down and give the others the opportunity to write.
Okay, my lady.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, if I could also just, and Mr. Kurvis, say to you that it would be easier if you answered the question whether a yes or a no. Often your explanations are not related to the question that was asked. So the last question was about Rebafeni House 3. Nobody has ever asked you about this question before. The question was, did you recommend that the house be closed after you had been there? And you'd need only answer yes or no.
Okay.
Understand your answer to be no.
Yes.
The other thing is don't rush into answering questions. Please listen to the question first. That will give you the opportunity to decide whether it needs a yes or no. And then where details are required, the councils will direct you.
I will do so, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lady. We're going to close on Rebefeni and Mr. Corbis with your answer that you did not recommend, and that it be closed. And for the record, it was only closed in December 2016, my lady. And that was 31 December. And again, for the record, that's to be found on page 383, paragraph 12. Ms. Jacobus, are you aware of an organization named Tsepong?
Yes, Council.
Okay.
So Tsepong license, if we can take you there, is at page 20316.
20316. Yes, Council.
Okay.
Sacha, are you getting tired? Yes, I already have the page. Thank you. Continue, Council.
Support pleases, my lady. Ms. Jacobus, you see that it's a license for Tsepong Center.
Yes.
The address is corner Klipspruit Street and Califong Road.
Yes.
And it is an adult care facility for persons with severe and profound disability. And it's licensed for 170 people.
Yes.
The audit report for Tsepong is on page 20382.
Page
20382.
Yes.
At the bottom of the page of this inspection report, Ms. Jacobus, it says inspection conducted by, and the first name is your name, I believe, H. Jacobus. Is that right?
I see my name there.
Do you remember conducting the inspection?
No, Council.
You don't recall? Okay. If we
not recall. Can I address my lady too? That is why it's difficult for me just to say yes or no. This audit report that I've seen, and I became aware at the arbitration. On Thursday we were called out by Mr. Sanello, because as I'm saying, more patients were placed at NGOs than was indicated. And they wanted to utilize, after our inspection, there were 2 empty areas that I've said they should, the center manager must prepare for rehabilitation areas. So when Mr. Sanello asked me to come out to Tsepong Center on that day, they've asked me, can they put beds into those areas to make the patients more spacious? Then I asked them, I said, I cannot say yes or no. Whoever's going to do that must take it on our own, because it was between me and Mrs. Sanello. And then Mrs. Gordon, I assume, has written this report. And then to go back again, with all these NGOs, we've never done formal audits. No form was filled in, no form was completed. I went out with the engineers and I called in the assistance of the coordinators, and only bed capacity spaces, and the engineers has written very, very short reports, like in very short, to give to Dr. Manamela and to their manager, and that was all. This report, I became aware at the arbitration, and I assume I never asked Mrs. Gordon, But then I just said to myself, it was that day when we visited Tsepong in question for utilizing that other space.
Okay, so Mr. Jacobus, you've said that no audit forms were completed, no audit reports. But what we are looking at now is an inspection form that is filled in, right? So, so somebody filled this in. So can we just look at it to see whether it's possible that it was, again, a fabricated form? But can we have a look at it, and you can answer questions based on it if you're able to. So do you see that it says date of inspection 8 December 2015 on the first page?
Yes.
And it says inspection conducted by H. Jacobus, Frida Sanello, Zelda Homo, R. Gordon, and then the second line is not clear. But you say that you were not a member of that team that inspected.
Yes, I'm saying again, Council, I wasn't a member of the team to conduct a audit.
Okay.
But I was a member of the team to do special visits and inspections to these NGOs.
But you were not there on this day, is that what you are saying?
No, I was there on that day. I remember that day clearly, but we went for something else, not an audit.
Okay, so this is a Department of Health form that we're looking at.
Yes, there's a formal audit form that are supposed to be completed for each NGO before the patients can be placed and for finalizing all the paperwork.
Correct, thank you. If you look at point number 2 on the second page of this report, it says organizational information. And then under the comment, it says, presently we don't have any funds as we are still trying to renovate the institution and start admitting the clients. So it would seem that this was filled in fact, by the NGO, somebody at the NGO manager or somebody.
Yes, it could be.
And then on the next page, license and subsidies, it says there's a tick box, current license seen, and you tick either yes or no, and yes is ticked, and it says the license is valid from 1 April 2016 to 31 March 2017. Do you see that?
Yes.
But surely that can't be correct. I mean, if this is on 8 December 2015, how can it have already anticipated a license?
Yes, yes. Council, I agree.
There was no license in place for this organization at this point in time, correct?
Yes, Council.
Thank you. If you go on to the next page, which is now 20385. Again, it's filled in by hand at the bottom. It's filled in by hand, all of these boxes, numbers of people that are required, and then there's a comment of the number of staff that are required. And it says, we need 1 nursing manager for overall admin, 6 professional nurses for running the ward, and 5 enrolled nurses. So again, it appears to be filled in by somebody who works for the NGO, isn't that so?
I assume that, Council.
Is it usual for forms, Department of Health forms like this to be filled in by anyone other than a health official, Department of Health official?
No, Council.
So, as we've said now, this is 8 December 2015. There's no license, and there hadn't been patients moved yet to this NGO. Isn't that so?
Council, I'm not sure because I wasn't dealing with placement. I don't know when they received their first patients at Tsepong Center.
Ms. Jacobus, you said that you went to the facility on 8 December 2015. You didn't fill out a form, but
not 15. If I now go back to the date, remember, I only started with the formal inspections at all the NGOs in 2016 January. That was after the hospital visits. But we've done informal visits at all these areas prior to January to assist how far they are they ready, but no formal inspections were done.
No, you just, if you listen to me, I'm not asking about formal inspections. You've already said you went to this facility on 8 December 2015. Did you not go?
I can't recall the exact date or time, but it could be because we were doing informal visits at these NGOs.
Okay, but you don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Okay. So, given that this is 8 December 2015, were patients moved by this point in time?
No, not that I'm aware of. Patients were only moved after 2016.
That's correct. In fact, if you look at, again, Ms. Gordon's statement that we looked at earlier, I'm loath to my lady, to keep jumping from document to document, but for the sake of completeness, I think I must just take the witness to page 411, Mr. Quirvis.
411.
So, are you there, my lady?
Yes, I am.
So again, this is the statement by Ms. Rochelle Catherine Gordon under oath. And at paragraph 12 of her statement with this organization, SAPOM. And she talks about this audit report, and she says the following. The audit report dated 2015-12-08 for SAPOM Healthcare was completed by Hannah Jacobs at Gauteng Department of Health offices. I was coerced to sign it by Dr. Manamela. Under normal circumstances, the audit report is completed by multidisciplinary task team. But in this instance, no formal visit and audit was conducted at SAPOM Healthcare by a multidisciplinary task team. So it's Ms. Gordon's evidence that this report was completed by, is that you?
No, remember there is a H. Jacobs and H. Jacobus.
No, yes, they say Hannah, so it's me, my lady.
Hannah is, there are two H, but the other one is not Hannah.
Yes, my lady.
So this refers to yourself?
Yes, my lady.
Okay.
Okay, and at the end of paragraph 12, the second last sentence reads, on that date, meaning 8 December 2015, there were no staff members or patients at the center. The NGO only received mental health care users in May 2016 in my presence. Okay, so there are no patients on 8 December 2015 at SAPOM. According to Ms. Gordon's evidence, she was coerced to sign this report. And when we were looking at the report, if we can, go back there, and we were on page 20388.
Sorry, Advocate Asima, sorry to interpose, it's Advocate Sibarane.
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Sibar.
I don't remember if the witness had responded to the question which was put by Advocate Asim in respect of paragraph 12. The
12,
audit,
yes.
yeah, the audit report dated 8 December 2015 for Tsepong Healthcare Center was completed by Hannah Jacobs at Gauteng Department of Health offices. I don't recall if she responded to that. Thank you, my lady.
I'm indebted to my colleague, my lady.
I don't know, because I just heard you immediately asked another question while she had not yet responded. Ms. Jacobs?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, if you can just, Ms. Asim, rephrase the question to her.
The first sentence of paragraph 12 says that you completed the report.
According to
the audit report dated 8 December was completed by Hannah Jacobs at Gauteng Department of Health offices. Was that you? Did you?
No, counsel. It wasn't me. I did not finalize that report.
You didn't. You didn't fill in any report, let alone.
No, counsel.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Gordon says there were no patients, as we said, present on this day. So if we go back to where we were, 20388, in the light of
page
20388, my lady.
388.
Yes. We were looking still at that form, my lady.
Yes.
And under staff attitudes, it's filled in by hand. And it says, regarding the staff, they are warm and kind to clients. They have a lot of patience. They are friendly and understand problems of clients. They encourage and stimulate clients in their daily recreational activities. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
But this must be false information given that no staff or patients were in place at the time. Isn't that so?
I agree, counsel.
And the same goes for the next comment, relationships between management and staff. It says all have warm interpersonal relationships towards one another. Example, management and staff respect one another. Staff is cooperative and obey instructions. Management understands staff problems and help to solve them. But that can't be correct because there were no staff in place.
Yes, counsel. There could have been staff, as I've said, counsel, if I can just explain, prior to the formal inspections in January to these NGOs. Most of them has already had to have staff to assist in preparation to get the NGOs ready. So sporadically, some of them appointed some staff, others had full complement of staff.
Thank you,
but
Mr.
I didn't follow
sorry,
that.
I must interrupt you because you're speculating. You are speculating now. You don't know whether there were staff in place.
Yes.
So there's no point speculating about possibly there may have been, for two reasons. One is, as I had pointed out earlier in the form, there was a comment that filled in the number of staff that was still required.
Yes.
And then with reference to Ms. Gordon's statement, she hasn't testified yet. She says that staff and patients were not yet in place.
Okay.
So this form is filled in as if there are staff and patients in place.
Yes. I can see that.
And it goes on under point number 9, care of clients. And then it specifies clients must be given a well-balanced diet, bedridden clients to be changed position. Again, this must be false information because there are no staff. Yeah. Okay, and I'm not going to read it. It continues in this vein throughout the rest of the form. Now, with Sepong. So we don't have a form that demonstrates to us that Sepong was ready and met all the requirements for a license.
In terms of this audit report?
Come again?
In terms of the audit report, yes. In terms of what is required, you've already, and we don't want to go back there again, you've already told us the process for licensing.
Yes.
One aspect of the process is an audit form. Correct?
Yes, yes.
And without that, a license ought not to be issued, correct?
It's supposed to be, but there's circumstances, Council.
Can a license be properly issued without an audit form and the audit process?
No, Council, it cannot.
Thank you. So, Tsepong, Mr. Jacobus, can we have a look at page 549? You there?
Yes.
You'll see that this is a statement of Karina Butse Morale. Do you know who she is?
Yes, the manager of Tsepong Center.
Yes. And she states at 549, at paragraph number 7, on 12 May 2016, I received 93 patients.
I see that.
We previously dealt with Rebefeni receiving 55 patients on one day and 58 patients on another day. And you agreed that that was unfair to the users and that it places their health at risk. In this case, there's 93 users that are transferred on one day. What is your comment on that?
93, according to the statement here.
Yes.
Council, what my answer is, I'm not aware of this transfer and nor the number of patients that was transferred to Tsepong Center on that day.
93 patients to be transferred on one day is an impossible number, isn't it? It would be impossible to properly absorb so many users in one day and to process them.
Council, my lady, I don't know, can I interject here again? I feel not comfortable the way Council Asin is asking me this information because I feel I'm not the appropriate person that should answer for this. The placement teams or the person who has instructed the movement of these patients to that particular or to the various NGOs, I feel that is a more appropriate person to answer that. Because I've already indicated the normal process of licensing and inception of mental health care users into NGOs.
Yeah.
And
yes,
as I've stated, Dr. Mnamela has said this was unusual circumstances, so the people concerning with that should be answerable.
You are not responsible for the transfers.
Yes, I was not even involved in the transfers.
That is why you are now saying you are not aware of this transfer in particular.
Yes, my lady. Of all transfers from the first NGO to the last.
Okay.
Let me put your mind at ease. I didn't ask you. And again, if you listen a little more closely, then you might understand the question. The question is not asking about your personal involvement in the transfer. The question
I understand.
No? Let me finish.
I understand your question.
Let her first finish and then you'll respond, Ms. Jacobus.
Okay.
The question is about the appropriateness of moving 93 patients in one day. Whether or not 93 patients were moved and who actually did this movement is another question. My question to you is whether that would be appropriate. And why you are the correct person to answer this, Ms. Jacobus, is because you have testified that you were involved in the development of the strategic plan for deinstitutionalization of mental health care users, for the plan for how users, mental health care users, are to be placed in NGOs. Isn't that so?
Yes, Council.
And is it correct that the strategic plan recommended the reduction of beds by 200 per year?
Yes, Council.
So 93 on one day in that context is wholly inappropriate. Isn't that so?
I agree with you.
Thank you. Can we please look at the audit report of July 2016? So this came after the placement of patients. It's at page 37226. This is headed audit checklist, again for community mental health care centers that accommodate users with severe and profound intellectual disability and psychiatric disorders. It's a visit with Sepong Health Center, and it's dated 14 July 2016.
I see that.
So again, you're familiar with this type of form, correct?
Yes, the Council.
And now, unlike what we looked at just a moment ago, the 8 December 2015, this form is filled in greater detail. Do you see that?
Yes, I see this.
If you scan through this Jacobus, you'll see, like the other forms we've looked at, it starts with certain headings. So physical resources is one. And then there are a list of bullets, starting with ground grass was not cut, no designated dumping site, building structure. I'm not going to go through it. If you
Yes, I've scanned through it.
Just spend some time just reading through this, please.
This is now page 37227.
That's correct, my lady. It's box 1, physical resources, and then the others follow sequentially.
Okay.
And I just want to give the witness some time to go through it, and then
I went through. You can ask a question.
Thanks. So do you see that, again, it is a list of concerns regarding physical resources?
Yes.
And then if you look at 2 assistive devices, again, it's itemizing. There are no assisted devices.
Yes.
You look at number 3, general administration. Again, there are concerns that are noted. For example, all users are recorded in an admission register, but there is no patient list in each ward, no evidence of daily roll call, and so on.
Yes.
And then over the page, similarly, for the other requirements that needed to be checked. So the stimulation, therapeutic, and rehabilitation programs, the HR management, medication, emergency equipment, and again, similarly to others, something as basic as emergency equipment is not in place. Do you see that?
Yes.
Same with admissions. No evidence that patients were assessed before being admitted, and their files do not have sufficient documents of prior management. In this case of this NGO, under positive and caring attitude, it says the staff displayed a warm attitude and interacted with the team. However, due to lack of staff, the element of patient-staff interaction was largely missed. The large contributory factor was identified to be assigned more than one responsibility. Again, caregivers also being cleaners. See that?
I see that.
And so the list goes through the document. You can spend a few minutes just going through to the end of the document before I conclude.
You can ask, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Kurbis. Do you agree, Mr. Kurbis, that this NGO, if the proper process had been followed for licensing, that this NGO should not have been licensed to take vulnerable patients?
Yes, Council. Not for the amount of patients.
Nor for the kind of patients, because they weren't trained. Isn't that so?
Yes. Yes.
And you've already said that you're aware that the process was not followed, but that you were under instructions from Dr. Manamela, who said that the process must just continue. I'm just repeating what you've said.
Yes.
Thank you. Other than Dr. Manamela and Ms. Mazamisa, who you spoke about in your previous testimony, did you alert anyone else about what was going on? All of these problems, the NGOs and the risk to patients. Did you alert any other seniors?
No, Council, because as I've said, Dr. Manamela and Dr. Mazamisa was involved to escalate our concerns.
Did you ever report any problems to the MEC?
No, Council.
But you were in a meeting with the MEC where you did raise a concern, is that correct?
Yes, Council. Can I explain?
Yes, please.
The MEC came out to a meeting, and we had a meeting at the Cleanliness Center, which I've asked Dr. Manamela, not specifically the MEC, but to come out and bring some senior managers, because I feel worried about the situation at the NGOs at the Cleanliness Center, Siabadinga. And that is how the MEC accompanied Dr. Manamela to the CRC, Siabadinga NGO.
That arose out of you raising concerns?
Yes.
In a meeting in which the MEC was present?
Yes.
Do you recall the date of that meeting?
It was a visit, not a meeting. They visited the center.
Do you recall the date of that visit?
No, I can't recall the date, Council.
Okay. You knew, or you testified in the arbitration. I'll remind you that you testified in the arbitration that you knew that users could die. Do you recall that?
Not I knew, because as I'm saying, Council, do I have to answer this? I feel really, I'm not comfortable in answering what you're asking me now. The arbitration was something else. In that time, I was very tired, I was burned out, and it's only later on that I could recall what was said when I read through all the stuff. That is why my statements wasn't even coherent as it was supposed to be.
Okay, so are you saying that you don't stand by the testimony on that, that you gave in the arbitration?
I'm not confirming that, Council.
You are not?
I'm not confirming that I don't stand by it.
Do you stand by the testimony you gave in the arbitration?
I have to go back, Council. Honestly, I can't even remember. I have to read all those documents again. I've just explained why. And Council, I feel you forcing me now to answer certain things.
Yes, I'm actually insisting that you answer certain things. That's correct, Mr. Corbis. Can I please take you to page 28656?
Page?
28656.
28656,
my lady.
656.
Are you there, Mr. Corbis?
It's off. Yes, Council.
Okay, can you see at line 10?
Yes.
Reads as follows. Miss Lily Krauser. Now it seems to me also that you knew in the start of this project that the procedure was completely wrong. You testified to it yesterday. Miss Hannah Jacob.
Yes, that I still stand by.
Ms. Lily Krauser. And you also knew, as per your evidence yesterday, that the implementation thereof was completely wrong. Ms. Hannah Jacobus. Yes, Council. Ms.
Yes.
Lily, and you probably knew that people were going to die. Is not that so? Ms. Hannah Jacobus. Yes, Council. Do you stand by that?
No, Council.
You wish to change?
Because I cannot preempt whether people are going to die.
So when you were asked this question in arbitration, you answered incorrectly?
I wouldn't say that I've answered incorrectly. Council, my lady, can I go back again?
Yes.
With the arbitration, it was shortly after all this placements in the project marathon happened. And when I was called one day, I think it was about 2 days when I was in the office.
I see. Just, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Mr. Pinar, would you like to say something?
May it please the court, my lady, I'm going to repeat my objection of earlier.
Yes.
This is a collateral issue founded based on another document trying or endeavoring to create the impression that Ms. Jacobus is not a credible witness. That is inadmissible. And I will, therefore, it's my respectful submission, my lady, that my learned friend is bound to the answer elicited from Ms. Jacobus. And once more, I have referred to the case of State versus Damalis, 1984, second term, page 501 of the SA Law Reports, Transvaal decision.
We have that. There's no need for you to repeat that.
Yes, but my lady, I just want to add.
So are you still saying that she can't be asked about the questions relating to what contributed to the death?
My lady, the question can be asked, but my learned friend is bound to the answer received because it's a collateral issue.
Okay.
And therefore, any further questioning to place doubt on the credibility of the witness, Ms. Jacobus, is inadmissible. And this principle, my lady, as I've referred to it, I refer to Stateless Tamalis, there's also authority in the Supreme Court of Appeal, as it then was the Appellate Division in a matter of state versus Sin Kanka. And another 1963 second term, page 631, Appellate Division at page 639 of that decision. My lady, this is a trite principle in a law of evidence. May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you, Ms. Kassim.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, my learned friend misunderstands. This witness has testified. We have the transcript of her testimony. It's perfectly permissible for me to go back to that transcript and to put the question to Ms. Hannah Jacobus regarding her answers at that point in time. The fact that Ms. Jacobus might say she wishes to change her testimony is her prerogative, but it cannot prevent me from asking the question based on the transcript that's already on record.
Yes, Ms. Pina. Mr.
Lady, with all due respect to my learned friend,
Yes. Before just a second, Mr. Pina, I see there is a hand from Mr. Late before I give you the chance to reply. Mr. Late?
Yes, there's a further problem with the question by Mrs. Assim, and that is the fact that a witness in an inquest is not required to answer to a question where the answer might incriminate such a person. She's not obliged to answer a question where the answer may incriminate. That is in terms of the Inquest Act.
Yes, but regarding this specific question, which, yes, this is a question, according to how I understand this is a question that comes from the previous testimony of the witness in an arbitration.
Where she incriminated herself, my lady.
Okay.
She incriminated herself in the arbitration.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pina, do you want to say, do you want to respond first before I go to Mr. Pina?
Lady, I think Mr. Pina has made his point. Okay. And I've responded to Mr. Pina. Mr. Late raises a new point, which is a point of self-incrimination.
Yes.
And it is in the it's a witness's right to refuse to answer a question. So if the witness doesn't answer the question, or chooses not to, or to exercise her rights under Section 35 of the Constitution, then she must say so.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady, once more, I'm not objecting to my learned friend putting a question. What I'm trying to impress, my lady, is that she is bound to the answer she elicits. She cannot take that answer into doubt it, because she's casting a doubt on the credibility of the witness.
Okay, all right, yes.
And that is a collateral issue, my lady, which is then inadmissible. Okay. Because it reflects on credibility. Besides the point that it's self-incriminatory.
Okay.
And if the response that the witness responded, the manner in which she responded, my lady, she's a layperson in law.
Okay.
Thank you. Her answer results in non-incriminating.
Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes, it is my view that this question has been answered. There is no need to take it further. In case the witness doesn't want to, is not comfortable in responding to it, in order to elicit information that would incriminate herself, the witness is not obliged to answer the question. She has already answered to the question. And then I think that is enough. You can live with that, Ms. Hasim. Maybe it's a matter that you can take for argument. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady?
Yes, let's continue.
May it please the court, my lady?
If I may ask Mr. Pinar to put Mr. Late to put his hand down. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Hasim.
Yes, Ms. Jacobus, we will leave that line of questioning on what you said about the knowledge of people dying in the arbitration. There's one last thing, and we are coming to the conclusion now. And it was also your conclusion in the arbitration before Justice Moseneke. And my learned colleague, Ms. Govender, took you to this aspect in her examination as well. But can I just ask you one question on this transcript? And it's at page 28774.
28774.
Yes.
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobus, do you have it in front of you?
Yes, Vansel.
Right at the top of the page, if we start at the last word of line 1, you say, and what I realize now in future, whatever comes part, if it is not on paper like the implementation of the project, that I shouldn't allow that fear and uncertainties by seniors and be bullied by them to implement things.
Yes.
My question to you, Ms. Jacobus, is do you stand by the statement that you felt bullied by your seniors?
Not bullied, but coerced by them, because not coerced by seniors, because remember my immediate contact was Dr. Manamela and not the senior management of the department.
So you felt coerced, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you say by whom you felt that coercion? From whom?
Dr. Manamela was my immediate senior that said we should do it and it's unusual circumstances and etc.
Thank you, Mr. Corbett. My lady, I have no further questions for the witness.
Okay, thank you. I see it's almost now to some minutes before 4 o'clock. I don't know whether we should proceed or we should just stop here, taking into account that we took the whole day with the witness. What is the feeling of the others before I allow anybody else to proceed?
Please, my lady.
Just before I come to you, Ms. Foster, Mr. Pina.
May it please the court, my lady, taking into consideration the time period that's elapsed and where we are in the day, I would suggest that this would be an opportune time to adjourn and postpone for the next witness or the next counsel to commence with their cross-examination tomorrow first thing.
Yes, okay. I see there is a hand. Before I take that person, Ms. Foster.
Please, my lady, I am indeed in agreement. What I want to ask the court is I have requested to my two other colleagues if I can proceed with my cross-examination.
I can't hear you properly. I don't know whether it is the sound on your side or I don't know.
My lady, can the court hear me now? So loud.
Continue.
With the legal court, I understand and I would support the suggestion that we postpone the matter until tomorrow. What I would like to ask the court indulgence with is I have requested my two other colleagues if I can proceed with my cross-examination next.
Okay, but you don't have any problem to start tomorrow morning? Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes. I see there is a hand. I don't know whose hand is that, unless if one of you, is that Mr. Profi?
Correct, my lady.
I thought you are no longer part of the proceedings.
That is correct, my lady. I didn't want to interrupt once I was instructed to get back on brief this morning. I didn't want to interrupt the proceedings.
Oh, so you are now proceeding. Are you back on record?
I'm back on record, my lady.
Oh, thank you very much. This is on behalf of Mrs. I just remember the NGO's name, Butlebenkosi.
That's correct, my lady.
And the name
Patricia
of Miss. Okay.
My lady, I just have...
Just a second. Is that Mr. Pitlela?
Correct, my lady.
Yes.
Yes. I was wondering if I can receive an indication of the sequence of cross-examination of the remainder of the remaining counsels in this matter, because obviously I came late and I don't know what was agreed upon, and I wouldn't want to encroach on that process. But I see that there's been a lot of mention or implications for my clients.
Yes.
Especially given the testimony that was given before. So I just wanted to get an indication of when we'll get an opportunity to cross-examine. That will also allow me to get instructions from my clients regarding what has already been said, so that it's not lost in the bulk of the work that has come before.
If you heard what I said when you first appeared, I indicated that in your case, you will be afforded that opportunity because you had a problem of the voluminous record. I indicated that mention was made of your client's name, but it's up to you. I just said, just take your time to read the record and see if you would like to cross-examine. So it's as we at this stage, what you can do is to look at, go through the record and consult with your client as you are listening to the evidence that is being adduced as we continue. Because it would be unfair to expect you to start with the cross-examination while you are not yet ready.
Indeed, my lady.
Mr. Late, did you want to say something?
Yes, my lady, just before we adjourn for tomorrow, I don't have any problems with adjourning. I just want to inform the court that I did send the particulars of Mr. Pitlela, as well as the particulars of Ms. Flavia Isola of the Legal Aid Board to Mrs. Flavia Isola.
Okay.
I sent her contact details as well as Mr. Pitlela's contact details to Beauty Kikana, and asked her to contact them to arrange for
that will be Miss Kekana and to
Miss Beauty Kikana of belongs to
the one who was formerly represented by Mr. Mahlanya.
That's correct.
Yes.
So it's now I put the ball in her hands. I don't know whether she had called them yet or not.
What is she not going to first make her application like the others? I don't know. Mr. Pitlela will have to assist in this regard.
That's why I sent Ms. Pitlela's particulars to her, as well as that of Ms. Flavia Isola, who is the manager of Pretoria Legal Aid.
Okay. Would you assist
I can confirm that I did receive. Yes, I did receive an email yesterday from Miss Beauty
Kekana.
It was forwarded but then she'll need to come in and make the proper application.
Yes, so that's what I'm thinking. But would you assist us now? You are one of the employees of the Legal Aid Board, just to assist us to expedite the application.
It won't be a problem, my lady.
Okay, please do assist her.
The sooner she avails herself at our offices, the better.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I made myself clear with regard to how you should be able to do your cross-examination of the witnesses as we go along. But at this stage, I agree with you that I do not think that you will be in a position to start cross-examination. When you are ready, then you can liaise with the evidence leader, and then he will inform the court. I see there was a hand from Ms. Govender. Ms. Govender, would you like to say something? Before I do that, is it all from you, Mr. Pitlela?
That is all, my lady, and I'm indebted to your ladyship.
Okay. Just continue to read the record, look at the documents, and consult with your clients.
Will do, my lady.
Yes. Miss Govender?
Thank you, my lady. I thought I'd take the opportunity, since we have a few minutes left, just to raise an issue. My lady, I think it's become quite clear that we may not finish in this term. Her ladyship appears to be frozen.
I'm not. I can hear you.
Okay. I think we can all agree that we may not finish in this term. And I just want to raise this concern, because if we get to the end of the term and only look at potential dates at that stage, we might all encounter scheduling difficulties.
Oh, okay. All right.
Her ladyship is acutely aware of that, but I just wanted to raise the issue at this time.
Didn't we discuss the dates for the second term?
No, my lady, we all completed the doodle poll that Ms. Stevens...
But didn't we just discuss it to say, in case we do not finish in this term, then we might run in the second term? And then there were people, I think, who indicated dates, unless if I'm wrong. The others will bear with me if they can. Yeah, but in any event, on that note, maybe that is what we can start doing, because we do not know. I said we are still in the first week. Maybe can we start next week?
Yes, my lady. I believe what had happened is we had simply touched on the issue.
Yes.
I think
I specifically raised the issue previously when we agreed on the dates for this term.
Yes, and we've all completed the doodle poll for the second term.
Yes.
And Ms. Stevenson had distributed that to all of us. The only issue that I'm raising at this juncture is there were no firm dates set.
Okay.
We were all asked to indicate our availability, which I understand most people have done. But the concern then becomes, if we only agree to certain right at the end, it's very difficult for people to keep the entire second.
I thought we were going to start from that premise. That is why it was done that way. But in any event, what could happen is, can we finalize those dates that whether they've been agreed upon or not? Just let's relook at them, see what could happen. Today it's Wednesday. We can start that maybe even today, tomorrow, and then you report to me Monday or Tuesday next week.
As the court pleases. Thank you, my lady.
Can I? Okay, thank you.
My lady, we are not sitting next week according to my diary.
Yes, we are not sitting next week, ne?
That's correct, yes, yeah.
Just a second. So we will
only start on the 7th of February.
Where are my dates? I don't even have my dates now.
Okay, we sit till the 21st, that is Friday.
Just a second, we were supposed to sit from the 17th.
Till the 21st?
Yes.
And then from the 7th of February?
This will be 2nd, 3rd. Then from the 7th
of February till the 4th of March.
Let me use this one. Then from the 7th
of February, my lady, till the 4th of March.
My lady, my apologies to interject at this stage, but that is not in accordance with the practice directive that your ladyship sent out. According to the directive dated 22 November 2021,
yes,
we say from week 1, 17 to 21 January, that's this week, then week 3 to week 7. From 31 January.
Just a second, week 3, let me see. This is week 1, week 2. Week 3 will be a week of the 31st of January.
31 January to 4 March 2022.
Yes, I remember now. Let me just check quickly here.
And my apologies to Mr.
Maybe I should first excuse the witness. Where is the witness? Mrs. Jacobus, you are reminded that you are still under oath. You are warned to appear tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock in order to proceed with the cross-examination by the other counsel. Thank you very much. You are excused for now.
May it please the court, my lady?
Yes. I should be having that directive, but I know that... just a second. Just want to check my notes here. This was...
My lady, I've just emailed the directive to Nelly Siwe now.
Yes, I've got it somewhere. It's fine. I've got it. It's just that I didn't. Let me see here. Yes, but Mr. Van Bergen.
Yes, my lady.
That was going to be the first week, and then the third week.
Yes, weeks 3 to 7. That's 31.
Which is a week of the 31st.
That's correct, my lady. To the 4th of March.
Yes, correct.
And then weeks 9 and 10 from.
Meaning the whole of February will be sitting.
As your ladyship pleases. And then also weeks 9 and 10, that is from 14 to 25 March.
Just a second, I'm just now using this. Weeks 7 and 8.
No, my lady, weeks 9 and 10.
Yes, now and yes.
14 to 25 March.
Yes.
Please.
I beg your pardon, my lady.
This is in terms of the directive, Mr. Lade.
I did my notes from the discussions we had on that day, and the third week of March wasn't part of the discussions that we had on that day. But I do agree it's in terms of the directives.
Yes. And so next week we're not sitting, we're sitting a week thereafter, which is the third week.
Yes.
Okay. So what we can do is that let us revisit those dates for the next term, and then you can look at them at your own time and then try to complete the dates, and then let me look at them in the next sitting. Maybe let's do them in the third week. No, a week. Yeah, that will be the third week.
All I can say, my lady, is that I have spoken to some of my colleagues already, and a few of them has problems with the first week of the second term. The first week of the second term.
The first week of the second, but we can discuss that later. It's fine. Let's not jump the gun. All right. Mr. Pina, do you want to say something?
Lady, I just wanted to present a suggestion. Seeing that we're not sitting next week, couldn't maybe Friday next week be utilized in a form of a case management to determine the dates?
Okay, that will be which date? Friday next week will be...
That will be the 28th, lady. 28th of January. Seeing that we're not sitting next week.
Anybody against that? Are you in favor of a case management meeting to discuss the dates for the next?
I am, my lady.
On Friday the 28th. That will be next week, Friday, 10 o'clock. I don't think it will be a long meeting. If you complete...
No objection.
Yes?
I'm saying no objection.
Anybody against that?
No, my lady.
Okay. So in the meantime, we agree that there will be a case management meeting on the 28th at 10 o'clock.
May it please the court, my lady.
Okay. On that note, these proceedings are therefore adjourned to tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much.
As the court pleases.
Court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court please, my lady.
As please the court, my lady.
As the court pleases.
Fill me up, please. Yes. Yes, and then urakukai. Nabukil ko doctor. Kilikri le